West Palm TV, 30 seconds, please.
All right, good morning. With that, I'm going to call to order the City of West Palm Beach Special Magistrate Code Enforcement hearing. Today's December 6th. It is 9 o'clock. My name is Amity Barnard. I'm the Special Magistrate for today's hearing. The first thing I'm going to do is, if you're here to testify on any case on today's agenda, I'm going to swear everybody in at the same time, including city staff. So again, if you're here to testify on any items on today's agenda, if you could stand and raise your right hands for me. Thank you. Do you all swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much. A bit about process. This is the violation section of the agenda. So when you hear your case called, the city's code officer or city staff will come to the podium on my left. They will present their evidence and testimony, any witnesses they want to call. The documents will be on the screens on either side of me in the back here. Once the city is finished presenting their case and putting on any testimony and evidence they have, you'll be at the right podium here. You will then be able to cross-examine any witnesses they have, present any verbal or written testimony that you have or evidence that you'd like to present in your case. And then at the end of that, I'll make a final ruling. Remember that all your testimony is given under oath. So with that, I'll turn it to the city to call the first case.
First case number 11-500 Baker Drive, CE 2309078, number 11-500 Baker Drive.
Good morning. Raphael Forster, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on 9/28/23. Service was accomplished by certified mail and regular mail sent on 10/3/23. Certified mail was signed on 11/4/23. In addition, both the property and City Hall was posted on 11/6/23. There is an affidavit of posting in the case. I have been in contact with the owner, and he's here today. The property was cited for 94-446-2-B-3, severe cutting back of limbs, and 94-44B-2-C-6, cutting which destroyed the natural nature of the tree. As of this morning, the tree have no sign of vegetation, and the city's asking for $250 each tree.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions. Just for the record, to be clear, how many trees are we talking about?
Two.
Two. And in terms of, you said you saw that there's no vegetation growing back, but in addition, based upon the standards that are in the ordinance, this particular subsection of the ordinance, the standards indicate that the cuttings themselves are not made properly, and that ends up weakening the tree, weakening the limbs. It can become a hurricane hazard. And is that also the concern?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes.
All right. And in your conversations with the owner, have you, do they agree? Have they said anything about the 250 or anything like that?
No, we haven't discussed that. We just only met the day that actually it happened, when we met up there, when it actually was getting cut. And then I think there was a few phone calls, but we never discussed price or anything like that.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Thank you. And before I hear from the respondent, just a couple of questions for the code officer, I guess. You're seeking a fine for each tree that was improperly pruned. What else? Did the trees have to be removed, or can they stay there as they are?
I didn't request them to remove as far as I know. That at the time it was cut, and I did not require them to remove the tree.
Okay, so strictly a one-time fine for the hat racking for each tree. Okay, thank you. Your name, sir? Good morning.
Brantley Riley.
Thank you, sir. You're the property owner, correct?
500 Baker Drive.
I'm sorry?
500 Baker Drive.
Yes, sir. Can you put that microphone, stand right in front of that microphone? Thank you, sir, so I can hear you. You've heard what the city's code officer has said. You've seen the documents scrolling behind you. Do you have any objection to the documents being entered into the record? They're the notice documents for this morning's hearing and photographs of the alleged violation. Any objection to that case file being entered into the record, sir?
Well, what I want to say, the city.
Hold on one second. We can talk all about the trees and everything, but
Okay,
just let's
yes.
get through the documents first. Any objection to the documents, sir?
No.
Okay, very good. Now go ahead, sir.
The city planted the trees years ago. The city was to take care of those trees. Now the city decided they can't do it. I prune the trees ever so often. And when I prune them, the trees grow back. You see, it start to grow back. I love trees. I wouldn't destroy trees. I love them. So I don't see why, if the city was supposed to take care of the trees, now I'm taking care of them because my grass wouldn't grow. I put down new sod, went on vacation and come back, the sod gone, dried up. So I had to put down new sod, so the trees was more or less stopping the sun from getting to the grass, and they keep drying up all the time.
I understand that. I guess the issue is what the city has cited you for is for the method in which you've pruned the trees. Their ordinance says, I understand that, I'm sure there's a way that you could have the request removal of the trees, but you can't prune them the way you did. Their ordinance doesn't allow you to cut limbs of that size and completely remove all of the large branches on the trees. So that's what the issue is here this morning. I guess let me ask the city, they're in the right of way, I guess, is what he's saying correct?
It's in the swell.
Okay. So does he as the property owner then have the right to request that they be removed, or
I think
remove
now
them
they
himself?
can't. Once they're really damaged, so then they can go
They're
ahead
going to
and do
have
that
to
now,
eventually
yeah.
get
Eventually
removed?
do it, yeah.
Okay. Okay. But does the city, did they maintain them at some point?
From what I understand, at one point they did, and now it's the homeowner's responsibility to go
Okay.
ahead and take care of the whatever's in the swell.
Okay. All right, so sir, do you understand what you can't do going forward? Do you understand that you can't prune the trees the way that I don't know if you did it yourself or if you
I
hired
didn't
a
know
guy
that.
to do it, but
So could I ask Raphael a question?
Go ahead, sir.
So what you're saying that the trees would have to be removed? I cut the trees all the time and they grow back. I
think-
didn't know that. I didn't know that you can't do that.
well, what he testified to a minute ago is he's not requiring you as part of this code enforcement case to remove them. He's saying that because of the way you've pruned them, they may not come back.
I didn't know you can prune them like that.
I understand. Did you cut them yourself or did you hire somebody to do it?
No, I do it myself.
You did it yourself. Okay. Okay. So I guess, and I'm not an arborist, but I've dealt with a lot of these tree abuse cases. The issue is that even though you see, I think in one of the photos, not this one, but one of the photos, some leaves grow back, but the tree will never come back to the way it's supposed to be once you cut it the way that you've cut it. So clearly there's a violation here this morning. What you do going forward, the city is saying they're not requiring you to remove the trees, but they are asking me to fine you, which based on the photographs, I don't have any other option but to fine you because it's very clearly a violation. I don't know how many other trees you have in your yard, but just understand that you can't, the way you did this, you cannot do that. That violates the city's ordinance. So if you have questions, if you're going to cut trees in the future, you may want to call the code officer and make sure you understand exactly what you can and can't do so that you don't come back here for the same violation in the future. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything further, sir?
So if this is the first violation, why do I have to pay $250 for each tree when I didn't know what it was doing was wrong? $250, that's a lot of money. I'm a pensioner.
I understand. What's the city's response to his question about fining it? I think that's customarily what you asked for.
Yes.
Is that set by your ordinance?
No, we set, but it's the normal rate that we do.
Okay. And did you cite this as irreparable and irreversible?
Correct.
Okay. So technically you could ask for $5,000 per tree.
Yes.
Okay. So he could be asking me to fine you $5,000 per tree under state law. What he's asking for is $250 per tree. So
It's a lot of money.
I understand that, but he's also, part of code enforcement is to, this is not something you can undo, right? So it's not, a daily fine is not going to solve the problem. The tree limbs are not going to come back. So he's only asking for a one-time fee, but he's trying to, based on what I understand of his request, he's trying to dissuade you from doing it again, right? I think a $250 per tree fine is not excessive by any stretch. It's certainly reasonable. The concern I have is, whether or not these trees are even going to come back. It looks like there's some old cuts to these trees, that this may not be the first time that this has happened to these trees. But the more important thing is make sure you understand you cannot cut trees, you cannot prune trees the way that you've done them here. So take that with you today. Anything further, sir?
So how am I do I have to pay $500 one time?
You'll get an order after today's, either you'll leave here with it or it'll be mailed to you, but there'll be an order once I render my ruling that you'll have to pay at some point the
Well,
violation.
If I have to pay that money, I want it on my water bill, $10 a month. I can't afford it anymore.
So I don't believe that there's any method for you to pay in installments, but the order, you can have the order that says you owe the fine. It becomes a lien against your property if you choose not to pay it. That's your decision. You don't have to pay it
I
today.
gotta pay the money, $10 a month. That's all I could afford.
We'll give them more
I don't
time to
want, you
pay
know-
if that's the case.
Okay, what time frame are you thinking?
Another 120 days.
Okay, so they're gonna give you 120 days to pay the fine, okay?
That's what I'm saying now. I'm going to pay the $500. I want you to put somebody here,
But
put
sir,
it on
what-
my water bill.
Sir, what I'm telling you is that's not
$10 a
an,
month.
sir, what I'm telling you is that's not an,
$500 one time.
sir, I'm telling you that's not an option. The city can't put it on your water bill. The city's gonna give you plenty of time to pay, so don't worry about the time to pay, okay? It'll work out the same, whether you're saving $10 a month and then you pay when you have the money, but they can't put it on your water bill, as I understand it. Anything further from the city?
No.
All right, in case CE 23090780, I'm going to enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'm going to find, based on the signed certified mailing as well as the affidavit of posting, that you have good service for today's hearing. I'm going to find, based on the testimony of the city code officer as well as the photographs in the case file, that the respondent's clearly in violation of sections 944462C3 and 944462B3 for the tree abuse and hat racking of the two trees on the property. I'm going to assess a one-time fine of $250 for each of the two trees, so a total fine of $500 to be payable within 120 days. Thank you, sir.
So can I ask one more question? So if I don't pay in 120 days, what's going to happen?
The code enforcement order will become a lien against your property.
Okay. Thank
Okay?
you.
Thank you, sir.
Next case, number 504330 Community Drive, CE 23111-032, number 504330 Community Drive.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On November 13th, the property at 4330 Community Drive was cited for repeat violation, rental license violation, this is a renewal, and certificate of use. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted November 16th. Certified mail was sent, and regular mail sent November 14th. The underlying case for the repeat is CE 230103336. That particular case came into compliance on February 14th, 2023. That property subsequently came back with the same violations of being expired, was not paid on time. It is now in compliance. The bill has been paid. Was out of compliance for 21 days at $100 a day. City's requesting a one-time fine of $2,100 for the repeat violation.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Photograph that we reviewed, that was an accurate photograph of posting of this case at this address.
Yes, ma'am.
for this notice of violation. Thank you. And have you had any communication with anybody representing this this
Yes, I had a
property?
phone call with Nikki. I did explain to her what has occurred, and I encouraged her to start paying her business tax receipt on time to afford to.
So is this for an entire building, an entire apartment complex, or this is for one
Yes, yes.
apartment in a complex?
What? It's an entire building. They have units within the buildings that they rent out. So this is what it's for.
And the underlying case, was it for the exact same?
Exact same thing, expired rental license, not paid on time.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documents in the file relied upon.
Thank you. And just one question for the code officer. You said it was out of compliance for 21 days. What's that date range? So you first observed the repeat on what
It
date?
would be from when I first observed it, which was the 13th.
Of November?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And they complied on,
I complied. Yeah, I didn't write down the compliance date. I just gave them
21 days later, though. is-
the 21
Okay.
days.
Okay. The first observed date is what I was after. Your name, ma'am, for the record?
Nicole Martinez.
And your relation to Georgian Gardens Apartments LLC?
I'm the regional manager that oversees the property manager.
Okay.
Ms. Nicole, you were sworn in?
Yes.
Okay.
And before we get to the merits of the case, you've seen on the screens behind me on both sides, the evidentiary case file the city is asking to enter into the record. Any objection to those documents? They're the notice documents, photographs, affidavits of posting. Any objection to those documents being
No
entered?
objections.
Okay, thank you. You've heard what the city is saying. This is a repeat violation, so they're asking me to fine you today. What's going on with the rental licenses? How come you're not paying them on time?
Currently, we've had a property manager, it's a one person in the office.
Mm-hmm.
We've had some changes in upper management. I came across to become the regional manager as soon as the property manager went out on medical leave, so there was some time. I could not speak to what's happened in previous years from the opening of the building in 2020. But I have spoken to Mr. McFarland, and we did come to that arrangement of the 2,100.
Okay, so you're in agreement with that. You
Yes.
understand why they're not asking for the maximum fine on a repeat. They could ask me for $500 per day. So it seems like a reasonable fine amount, but I'm glad that was discussed with you. Anything further you'd like me to hear?
No,
Okay. Mr. McFarland, just one question for you. The underlying case number, I just want to clarify, what year case was that? That was within the last 5 years. Is it a 23 case?
Yes, it's a 20 case.
Very good. Thank you, sir. All right, hearing nothing further from either side in case CE 23111-032, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that there's good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony of the city code officer as well as the documents in the case file that the respondent's in repeat violation of sections 2232A, 22441, and 2635B. And I'll assess a fine in the amount of $2,100, which covers a 21-day period of noncompliance at a $100 per day fine. Thank you, ma'am.
thank you.
Next case number 45-4458, Lake Tahoe Circle, CE 231000966, number 45-4458, Lake Tahoe Circle.
Special Magistrate, I think she'll need to be sworn in. I think she came in afterwards.
Ma'am, were you sworn in? Ma'am? Were you sworn in? Were you here when I swore everybody in?
Yes.
Okay, I think she was here.
Yes, she was. Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On October 31st, the property located at 4458 Lake Tahoe Circle was cited for fence repair. Fence is in dire repair, may need to be replaced, which will require permits. Property as well as City Hall was posted November 16th. Certified mail was sent and regular mail sent November 1st. Certified mail was signed for. I have been in contact with the property owner. She was wanting to go ahead and just replace the fence. I did give her some direction on obtaining the permit to go ahead and replace that said decrepit fence. With that being said, city's recommending 90 days to bring the property into compliance, or $50 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
The photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violation that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you believe that 90 days is a reasonable amount of time within which to bring this alleged violation into compliance?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And just for the record, the fence that you've been discussing that we can see in the pictures, but for the record, it's a wooden fence?
Yes, ma'am. It is a wooden fence. There's missing portions of it. It's just not in good shape. The homeowner has obtained the materials to replace the fence, but I did encourage her that a permit will be needed to replace that fence. So I think right now her biggest hurdle is to get the permit.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. Your name?
Good morning, Sunita Shrestha.
Thank you, ma'am. So you've seen the documents scrolling on the screen behind you. Before we get into the merits, any objection to those documents being entered into the record?
No,
Okay, very good, ma'am. So you've heard the city's position. They're saying your fence is in disrepair and needs to be replaced. Is that
Yes.
right?
uh-huh,
Okay, and he says you've even bought the wood or slats or whatever you need to replace it, and you're planning to do that?
yes, I did, and I reached out to the budget fence company, and they said like they will get all the permits and other stuff, so they might need 2.5 to 3 months of period of time to
Okay,
replace the fence.
okay. And that's what the city is asking, to give you 3 months to comply. So your fence company said they could get it done within that time frame?
Yes,
Okay. Okay. Anything further?
No.
Okay, and the city, that's 90 days is plenty of time to get a permit.
And she has a contractor, so it'd be more than enough time.
Okay, very good. Just make sure, ma'am, you after today's hearing, make sure you let your contractor know that you're under a time constraint now of 90 days. So make sure you tell them to start the permitting process as soon as they can, so that you get through the process and you get the fence
okay,
finished within that time. Okay.
okay,
All right. With that, in case CE 231-00966, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the affidavit of posting as well as the signed certified mailing, that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find, based on the photographs and the testimony of the city code officer, that respondent's in violation of section 94302A4 for the condition of the fence. And I'll require a respondent to comply within 90 days or face a $50 a day fine for each day the violation continues. So just make sure you let your fence company know that they need to get you through the process and the fence replaced within 90 days, okay?
90 days, okay, I will.
Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Case number 42-1011 Windsor Avenue, CE 2309067, number 42-1011 Windsor Avenue.
Good morning, Officer Luster, West Palm Code Enforcement. This property was posted on 11/6/2023 along with City Hall. It was in violation of abandoned and operable vehicles, unpaved parking, landscape requirements, and inoperable vehicles that needed to be stored in an enclosed area. I have spoke with the property owner as of yesterday and doing posting, and I'm asking for 60 more days or $50 per day. He has started to comply to property, so he just needs some more time to come into compliance.
Thank you. A couple of questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the notice of violation also sent by certified mail?
Yes, ma'am.
The photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
With respect to
Excuse me.
94-482 parking requirements, can you tell us for the record what it is you observed?
It was an area in the front setback of the property that was just dirt. So they were parking on that space, and they needed to make that space a non-dusting surface.
And have you observed them, that they're parking in areas of their property that are not designated for parking?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and as of your most recent inspection, are you still seeing that going on?
No, ma'am, this morning, it's not going on. I went out there this morning.
Okay, and in terms of the inoperative vehicles, can you tell us for the record what that's about?
It's several vehicles that are just inoperable, but he's in the process of removing some of them and also getting some with new tags attached to them. So
Okay,
he's trying to
so-
make them operable one way or the other, removal or licensed.
All right, and then the 18106, I don't know if that's I or L, my eyes deceive me here. Landscape, what's, for the record, what is that?
It's just maintaining the vegetation on the property, for the grass and the bushes, just maintaining all of the overgrowth.
Okay, so you were seeing overgrowth
Yes, ma'am.
in that type of stuff, okay. And you did say that there has been some progress. Even though there's progress, are all of these alleged violations still
Out of
outstanding?
compliance? Yes, ma'am.
Mhm. And then do you believe that 60 days is a reasonable amount of time to get this all into compliance?
Yes, I do.
Very good, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Thank you, and I don't know if I misheard, but could you rattle off the dates that you sent the certified mail again and the dates that you posted?
I posted on 11/6/2023, City Hall and property. Certified mail went out prior to that. I think it was 11/3 certified mail went.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right, good morning, sir. Your name?
Good morning, Jerry Timmons.
Good morning, sir. So you've heard what this city has said. First things first, the documents have been scrolling on the screen behind me. Any objection to those documents being entered into the record? They're the notice documents for today's hearing, photographs of the violations. Any objection to just the documents going into the record?
No.
Okay. And you've heard the city code officer saying that you're making some steps towards compliance, but you're not quite there yet, but she's asking me to give you 60 days. Do you think 60 days is enough time for you to get the items in compliance?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anything further you'd like me to hear?
No, ma'am, not for me.
All right, anything further from you, sir?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. In case CE 23090697, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that there was good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony of the code officer that the respondent's in violation of sections 34101, 94482A, 18106L, and 34102B. And I'll require a respondent to comply within 60 days, or a $50 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, number 411015 Windsor Avenue, CE 23090695. Number 411015 Windsor Avenue.
Special Magistrate, there's a lot of people who walked in after you swore everybody in, so I'll either ask individually or we can.
I can ask each one, that's fine. Ma'am, were you sworn in?
Yes, I was.
Okay, very good, thanks.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. This property was posted on 11/6/2023 along with City Hall. I have spoke with, I believe, a trust holder of the property, and the property was cited for fence repair, cleaning up one half of easement, garbage, litter, and refuge, overgrowth of property, making property clean and sanitary, and condition of structure, and roof needing replacement. I have spoke with the trust person over the property, and they asked for 6 months in order to bring the property into compliance. It's a lot of work, so I'm willing to give a year, but she asked for 6 months. The roof has to be totally replaced, and all of the wood, and it even may be trusser damage on this property. So I'm not sure how, if this property is in the state of dilapidation. So I'll let the trust person speak in regards to the property. They did the cleanup for is the overgrowth, the easement, and removing all the debris and stuff of that nature, and cutting back some trees.
And did I hear your dates for certified mailing and posting?
11/6/2023, City Hall and property.
Okay, so housekeeping questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular and first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
Photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
And in relation to just making the record clear as to what you observed for each one of these alleged violations, can you just tell us briefly?
The fence was in disrepair. It basically was falling apart. It's an old chain link fence, and some of the posts has rusted out. Some of the chain link itself was missing. Cleaning up the easement, which is behind the home, and/or the swell area, was just overgrown immensely. And all of that has been cleared up for as the overgrowth concern, and refuge for as the fallen wood from the roof soffit. Let's see what else.
So I'm sorry, before you continue, the overgrowth is complied?
Yes, ma'am. Overgrowth has complied.
Thank you.
The roof itself is gonna be in need of replacement. It has holes. It's in bad condition.
Okay. And in regards to premises clean and sanitary and garbage, litter, and refuse?
The different debris that was on the property has been cleaned up,
Okay.
but being that the roof itself is still causing debris because it's wood soffit that is also falling and will fall to the ground, so there's gonna be extra refuge on the property itself, so I'm not complying that particular violation.
Okay. So, the only violation that has been cured at this point is the 74-4C3 overgrowth. Would that be accurate?
74-4C5.
4C.
5, clean up easement to right-of-way and swell. Okay? And the A3 is not complied,
Okay.
and the C3 is compliant for its overgrowth.
Okay. And you previously told us that you believe 6 months. Do you believe that's a reasonable amount of time?
No, I don't.
Okay. What would you
I would
estimate?
request a year.
All right. And what kind of daily fine, if not?
$100 per day.
All right. Thank you so much.
That was 100, I'm sorry?
100 per day.
Thank you.
Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Your name for the record?
Ari Turner. I'm the trustee of the Annie M. Mays Trust, which is the owner of the property. Annie Mays is deceased.
Okay. All right, first and foremost, As the city code officer was speaking, the documents have been appearing on the screen behind me. Do you have any objection to the documents being entered into the record?
No objection.
Okay, you've heard what the city, thank you for that. You've heard what the city is saying. They understand that there's quite a bit of work to do, so they're willing to give you a considerable amount of time to remedy these violations. Do you want to give an update from your side of what's?
Yes, as the code enforcement officer mentioned, the cleanup of the property is underway. I disagree. I think that the garbage, litter, and refuse has been removed as of today. There's no refuse. She's talking about refuse that will happen in the future. Once I get a roofing contractor, that can be taken care of before it even happens. But be that as it may, I mean, I do appreciate the year time frame. I have been in contact with 2 roofers, and I'm getting wildly different quotes. So one is demolish, the other is I can fix it for $9,000. So I need to get some more quotes to find out, what really needs to happen at the property.
Okay. Let me ask the code officer on the garbage, litter, and refuse. Everything is off the ground as of your.
As of yesterday, but being that it's so much soffit that's really loose on the property and it's just rotting, it's gonna be on the ground in a few. And I don't know how quick or fast a roofer would be on site to maintain that, or maybe the trustee will go by and maintain it to keep the refuge off the ground. But that will soon fall.
Okay, and I guess let me ask the city attorney, if it's all complied as of today, I think the appropriate request would be a finding of fact on that section. And so that if in fact what the code officer said happens, stuff falls again, then you can set them on repeat. But I think technically if it's complied as of today, or your most recent inspection was this morning, is that right?
Yesterday for this property, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so finding of fact on that section.
That's fine.
I do have some yard guys, so I won't need the roofer to handle the falling soffit. The yard guys can go back and check
Okay.
and make
Okay.
sure.
Very good.
All right, anything further, ma'am?
No.
Okay, anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
Okay, in case CE 23090695, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting from November 6th that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony of city staff that the respondent was in violation of section 74-4A3, which is the garbage, litter, and refuse. Has complied, but it did not comply by the time set forth in the notice of violation. So what will happen on that one is it's called a finding of fact. It means you were in violation, you've complied it as of her most recent inspection yesterday. Just like you said, have your lawn guy make sure that there's not stuff on the ground, because what it allows the city to do is cite you for repeat violation if there's more garbage, litter, and refuse on the ground. So that one will technically be a finding of fact. The respondent's also in violation of sections 18106A, 18103B, and 94302A4. I'll require a respondent for those code sections to comply within 1 year or face a fine of $100 per day. So that should be more than enough time,
Yes.
regardless of how you decide to proceed. So best of luck to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's case number 17-3609 Windsor Avenue, CE 231002828, number 17-369 Windsor Avenue.
I haven't been sworn in.
I guess what I'm going to do right now is if you were not here when I swore everybody in earlier this morning, so if you came in a little bit late, if you could stand and raise your right hands for me, I'll swear everybody else who's in the room in now who may or may not have been here at the beginning. Thank you, ma'am. Raise your right hands. Do you all swear from the tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, sir.
J. Francis, City of West Palm Beach, Code Compliance. 3609 Windsor Ave was cited on 10/2/23. Certified mail and regular mail was sent on 10/11/23. Both the property and City Hall were posted on 10/11/23. An affidavit of posting was completed and placed in the file. I have been in contact with the lawyers of the property owner. One is here today. The property was cited for repair plumbing, repair and make external doors and windows weather tight, and repair ceilings. As of this morning, the property has not come into compliance. Therefore, the city is requesting an additional 180 days for the property to come into compliance. If they do not come into compliance, then the city is asking for $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you very much. The photographs that we're reviewing during your testimony and now, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you please tell us for the record what it is, the alleged violations that you observed?
Well, there's some residue of the pipes leaking underneath the sink right there, as the pictures show. Then you have another picture where the weather stripping for the door is actually peeling off, so the door is not weather tight. And there is the stains, watermarks on the ceiling from leaking.
Okay, thank you. And are you seeing progress at all?
I have not seen any, but I've been in contact with the lawyer, and it's a lot of work to be done.
All right. And is this a single-family home, or is this a...
Yes.
And the 180 days, do you believe that that's a reasonable amount of time within which to bring these alleged violations into compliance?
Yes, it was requested by the lawyers based on the quotes and the work brought to him that have to be done.
Okay, thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Your name?
Good morning. My name is Josh Osborne. I'm here on behalf of Sophia Dratva, the property owner. And so just to provide some context and backstory of the situation, is one of the most unfortunate and unusual situations that I've ever actually seen and come across. So may I approach? I have photos and everything.
Yeah, let me ask you before you do that. You've seen the documents that are scrolling across the screen. Do you have any objection to those being entered into the record?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you have your own documents. If you could give them to the city code officer, and he'll give them to the city attorney to review before I see them, and then you can go into.
I've seen them, so you could. I could give it to
I'll just say it out loud. So I'm giving them right now. It's the stolen items from the property. My client was renting the property to the tenant.
Mr. Osborne, can you be closer to a mic when you do that?
Yeah, go right there. Thank you, sir.
So my client was renting the property to two tenants, and then we had eviction proceedings for non-payment of rent. After the eviction proceedings, we had a mediation settlement agreement. They signed the settlement agreement, and as part of the settlement agreement, the tenants were supposed to allow all of the mold remediation companies and general contractors to come into the property, do whatever work was necessary to get to remedy and remediate the work. They refused to let them in, and so no work has been able to actually begin on the property since November 21st when they vacated officially. I have a copy of the mediation agreement that was signed, and also the police report that we filed afterwards when my client went to the property and saw that there was an abundance of items that were missing that were initially on the lease when they began their lease at the property and then weren't there afterwards. And then here I have, okay. So then I have, just to show like the extent and severity of the damages that have been caused, all caused and created by the two tenants. I have the before and after photos of when they arrived. And so if you look at the first two images, or the first three images, you're going to see the back of the home in the backyard. And you can clearly see there's no holes, no issues or anything with the back of the home in any capacity. And then once you see pictures, I believe it's like 4 through 9 or 10, there is a giant hole that has been dug underneath the house that is affecting the foundation, and which based on our conversations with SurfPro, who's a mold remediation company we have on the property, and the general contractor, is where all of these causes of all these issues with the home had arose, and just had been exacerbated by the clients just refusing to let anybody come to the property over time. And so as a result, there's air and water and moisture that's getting in. And if you look at the other images also, they would clog the pipes with like hair. And so you have images of the pipes that would be clogged, and then the house would flood. We have, and then this last group of documents is showing like the work that we're doing to remedy these issues. On the top, it's a paid invoice. They're beginning today, actually, on the property with ServPro. It's a mold remediation company. Should take about 1.5 to 2 weeks, they said, for everything to be completed. They have to remove entirely both of the bathroom vanities and replace the entire kitchen. You could see that the tenants they were able to slice the granite countertops in half. Like, it's absolutely absurd. And so I have and just to further explain, I have the ServPro invoice for the mold remediation. I have the scope of the work that's being completed by the mold remediation company. And then I have the contractor and scope of work, the scope of work with the general contractor as well.
Okay.
And that invoice, so you have to look at that. So
And then
based off of our-
now that he has the documents, come back to your podium over here so we can continue. Now that's all the documents you have? Okay, very good, sir, thank you. So let me just ask you before you continue to explain, the tenants who created this mess are out?
Yes,
You evicted
they are
them
out
and,
currently. We are filing a motion to enforce the settlement agreement that they breached by the severe damage that they caused.
okay.
And then also, we're probably going to file a separate cause of action against them to recover for paying all these damages. My client's out of pocket now. It'll probably be between 40 and 50 grand at a minimum, and that's before we may have to get a foundational specialist based off of as you can see, like the hole underneath the home, like just to get it back and fixed. A foundational specialist and also maybe a flooring specialist. So at this time, we believe 180 days should be enough, hopefully, to get it all back in compliance. I mean, it is like the holiday season, and we were prevented from actually being able to start on the work for an additional month. So,
Do you have permits already?
so yes, the ServPro has all the permits. The general contractor is in the process of pulling all the permits and everything else that's necessary to get the house back in compliance. And I speak with the general contractor at least once a week. He personal recommendation from me and my firm. So he gives me updates daily or weekly, and then the mold remediation company begins today. But we are doing everything that we can to be as diligent as possible based off of these circumstances to remediate and cure the issues and get the house back in compliance with West Palm Beach Code.
All right, so you didn't have any objection to the city's documents. Let me ask the city if they have any objection to respondents' documents being entered into the record.
No objection.
All right, with that, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection.
Mr. Osborne, all these documents, you have copies, we can keep these?
Yeah, so you guys could have these if you would
Thank
like.
you.
I have other ones.
All right, I'll enter respondents' set of documents as our composite exhibit R1 without objection by the city.
And I also just want to say, I've been in communication constantly with Jair as well. He's been great, fully informed of all the issues of the situation, and so we're just working to try to get it fixed as soon as possible. But it's hard to put a timeline on some of these items, like fixing the foundation of the house. I personally don't know a foundational specialist, so we got to try to get somebody out there and try to get the house fixed.
I'm just looking for the photo of the hole. Oh, I see. This is what you're talking about here?
Yeah.
Okay. What were they doing under the house?
We have no idea. The police officer had a ample amount of possibilities, but we weren't there when they were there, so who knows? I mean, if you look at the granite countertop, you look at the clogged pipes, like all of these code issues was created as a result of the tenants, and my client has just had these damages just thwarted upon her for having to fix all these issues, and so she just wants to make sure that she does everything she can to make sure she doesn't obtain or receive any fines from the city as a result of her tenants' actions.
Well, based on where you are in the process, and I think the city code officer indicated that your request was for the 6 months. I mean, 6 months seems like plenty of time to me to get, if you already have permits for the ServPro work, if your general contractor's in process of getting permits, 6 months should be more than enough time. I'm happy to give you that just to make sure that you get it done
Thank you.
within that time frame. But 6 months, I think, is more than ample time to get it all done. Anything further from you, sir?
That is everything. Thank you.
Okay. Anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
Okay, with that. And Mr. Francis, let me give you these documents so that you keep them with your case file since they've been entered into the record, and there's quite a few of them. Thank you, sir. All right, in case CE 23-100828, I've entered the evidentiary documents for both sides. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that there's also good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs provided by the city as well as the respondent that the respondent's in violation of sections 18103G, 18103E, and 18103C. And I'll require respondents to comply within 180 days or face a $100 a day fine for each day that the violation continues thereafter. Best of luck to you, sir.
And is that 180 days from today's date or?
From today, yes, sir.
Understood. Thank you very much, you guys. Appreciate it. Have a good
Thank you,
day.
sir.
Happy holidays.
Number 221709 Mercer Avenue, CE 231008885. Number 221709 Mercer Avenue.
Good morning, Alex Oliver, Code Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on October 20, 2023. Certified mail was sent on October 20, 2023. Certified mail was returned on November 30th, 2023. Both property and City Hall were posted on October 20th, 2023.
What was that date? I'm sorry, sir. October.
Sorry.
What was the posting date?
October 20th.
October 28th. Okay, thank you.
As of this morning, I have been in contact with their attorney, the owner's attorney. Affidavit of posting has been added to the case. Oh, sorry. So, hi.
You gotta pretend you're a wedding singer. You gotta.
All right. I have, as of this morning, I have been in contact with the owner's attorney. Affidavit of posting has been added to the case. The property was cited for 2332A, no certificate of use, and 22441, no rental license. As of this morning, the property has not come into compliance. Therefore, the city is asking for an additional 90 days for them to come into compliance, or $100 a day if compliance is not achieved. I was in touch with the city's attorney, the owner's attorney, and he informed me that he has applied for the license for this. So we're gonna request 90 days in case.
90 days, just in case to get through the whole process?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. So, just for the record, you spoke with the owner who admitted that they were renting, and then they applied?
No. This came in through, this came in through a complaint, and when I looked up the case, there was no rental license on the properties. But when I spoke with this attorneys this morning, he explained to me that he has applied indeed for that.
Okay.
So they're in the
good.
process of that.
Okay. And was the complaint from a tenant?
No, this came in through.
No, it came from city staff.
Yeah.
Oh.
They just ran I'm actually the managing member of the LLC.
Okay.
Okay.
All
Tried
right.
to promote me, said I was the attorney.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
He promoted you.
Thank you. So there's no contention. I'm renting the place and need a business license.
Okay.
Okay.
All
So,
right.
just a
Yeah,
couple of final housekeeping, okay? The photograph that we reviewed, that's the posting of this notice of violation for this case at this address, right?
Yes.
And you talked a little bit about the 90 days. So again, that's just in an abundance of caution in case there's anything for the rental inspection that pops up or anything like that, right?
Yes.
And did you say $100 a day?
Yeah.
Oh, right, very good, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Your name for the record?
My name is J.D. Bowles. I'm the managing member of 1520 Tyler LLC, the owner of the property.
Okay, thank you, sir. You've seen the documents have been appearing on the screens behind me. Any objection to those documents being entered into the record?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1. So you're renting the premises at 1709 Mercer, and you've applied for the permits. Now it's just a matter of getting the paperwork processed?
Correct. I'm just waiting to hear back from the city on the application.
Okay.
Application was submitted initially about a month ago. I don't know if they lost it. I resubmitted it about 15 days ago.
Okay.
I haven't heard back yet.
Okay. And for the city, 90 days is more than enough time to get the required things issued, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and you're in agreement with the 90 days? Usually they ask for 30 or 60, so this seems like
Yeah,
plenty
that
of time.
seems adequate. Thank
Okay,
you.
very good, sir. Anything further you'd like me to hear?
No.
Okay, anything further from the city? All right, in case CE 23-100-885, I've entered the evidentiary case file. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting, and I misspoke. You said October 20th was the date of your posting, that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony of city staff as well as the respondent that the respondent is in violation of sections 2232A and 22441, and I'll require respondent to comply within 90 days or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter. Thank you, sir.
Thank
Okay,
you.
number 26, 1331 Longwood Street, CE 231000887.
Good morning, Alex Oliver, Code Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on October 20th, 2023. Certified mail was sent on October 20th, 2023. Certified mail was returned on November 30th, 2023. Both property and City Hall were posted on October 20th, 2023. I have been in contact with the property manager, and affidavit of posting has been added to the case. This property was cited for 2232A, no COU, no certificate of use, and 22441, no rental license. As of this morning, the property has not come into compliance. Therefore, the city is asking for an additional 90 days to come into compliance, or $100 a day if compliance is not achieved.
Thank you very much. Just for the record, the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes.
And do you believe that 90 days is a reasonable amount of time within which to bring these alleged violations into compliance?
Yes.
For the record, do we have the same situation as our last case?
This is a little different. The license has been applied and is in the process. It's just been, the inspection from zoning was denied, not passed. So they're just working with zoning to get it through approved.
Okay, very good, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to, do you have anything further, Alex? I'm sorry. Okay. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs. Thank you.
Thank you. And just so I'm understanding, this case, you said they also have applied and you're just waiting, or was that
Yes.
the previous case?
Yeah, on the case I added the inspections and zoning has failed the inspection.
Okay.
So they're working with zoning to get it.
To get
passed.
whatever's the problem fixed. Okay, very good. Never good when you have to keep standing there, sir. Your name again, so the record is clear?
It's J.D. Bowles,
Thank you, sir. Same thing here, you're
managing
renting.
member 1520 Tyler
Okay.
LLC.
And the code officer is saying that you've applied, you're renting, you've applied for the required licenses?
Exactly.
Okay. And you're working, you understand that something is going on in planning and zoning, you're working to resolve that?
Yeah, we resolved it on zoning, so they asked me to reapply with different paperwork, and so I did that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And again, 90 days seems like more than enough time. You
Yes.
think you can get through there in 90 days? Okay. All right, anything further from you, sir?
No.
I guess let me ask you, in this case, any objection to the documents being entered into the record?
No.
Okay, thank you. With that, in case CE 23-100-887, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the affidavit of posting, that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony of city staff as well as respondent that the respondent's in violation of sections 2332A and 22441, and I'll require compliance on the part of the respondent within 90 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
It's case number 43-1029 North Tamarind Avenue, CE 230800586, number 43-1029 North Tamarind Avenue.
Good morning, Officer Luster, West Palm Code. This property was posted in City Hall on 11/3/2023, and the property was cited for the following violations: outdoor storage and screening, pave and marking of parking spaces, numbering standards, condition of structure, trash cans in public view, non-residential structure issues, condition of structure itself, evidence of engaging in business without a license, parking spaces and/or foundation around the parking area needs to be repaired, landscape maintenance, fence and wall maintenance, and securing of vacant property. When this property was initially cited, it was cited for all of those conditions, and one of the most important factors is the unsecured building. It's that little building there in the center.
The gray one there?
Yes,
with the
ma'am.
door open, okay.
Yes, ma'am. And that has been secured. It's a new door and a guard door, per se, security door on this particular part of the property. So I did comply the securing of the vacant property. All other violations are in process of being complied, and I have spoke with the property owner, and she understands what her role is and is working with us to get it done. And during that process, the CRA has entered into an agreement of remodel and renovation of this property. So I'm gonna let the CRA, Gina Baker, speak on that behalf.
Can I do my housekeeping with you before Ms. Gina comes up? Okay, very good. And did I stop you from any further testimony you had? Okay, very good. Is there an executed affidavit posted in the file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was sent by regular mail?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the notice of violation also sent by certified mail?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
You told us about a little bit, so just for the record, is this a small shopping plaza? What
Yes,
is
ma'am.
this?
It is.
Okay, it is. So with evidence of engaging in a business, you're seeing that there's activity and some type of business is open and running, and it's certainly not a rental
No, it's not.
in terms of like a residential rental, right? Okay. In terms of the trash can is out in public view during times and days that are not coordinating with when they're supposed to have their garbage out, is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And can you tell us a little bit about the other physical observations that you made?
The rear of the property it abuts a apartment complex. And in the rear of the property, you'll see from some earlier pictures, it has a large hole. I don't know if that was where a vent pipe came from, but that part in the rear of the property needs to be repaired. And there's the building in the middle. I don't know what it was being used for, whether it was storage or any other thing. It's not a business part of the property, but it was being used for the homeless, and they was doing everything in the book in that particular space. The property on the north side of, okay, can you back up one? Okay. That side of that property is where the little vegetation is and the landscaping, and it constantly has trash and debris and garbage, but it's such a small space, but it's a property that is used often by the homeless, and it's a hard thing to get underhand but the property owner has been working with us tremendously. She's got the no trespassing signs. She's had the police out on the property to engage with the persons that are on the property illegally. And that part has slowed down since they secured that middle building. It was some privacy fencing on one side of the property, and it was just falling apart. That has been replaced also. And the condition of the parking lot, it's a, what I want to call a car lift. I don't know if you understand what that is, but it's a vehicle lift, and it's still there on the property. So those are things that has to be removed from the property. And all of the concrete that's surrounding that area is in need of repair, along with the actual parking spaces on the south side of the building.
And that's what you're talking about in that photo right there. That's
Yes,
the
that's
lift.
a car
Yeah.
lift, a vehicle lift. Years ago, it was a gas station, and I'm quite sure they did auto repair there, things like that. And that's the parking spaces on the south side of the building, next to North Tamarind, which is a little road that goes down beside it. But the entirety of the building needs to be painted. Whatever the CRA is going to do, it's going to be a major overhaul.
Just a couple of questions in regard to the condition of structures, windows, exterior doors, basement hatchway, and foundation, exterior wall and roof. Are there additional things other than that gray structure that has been secured?
Yes, the building that's further, that's going to be north. It was supposed to be being used as a, like a convenience store, but that person, for as our records show, has not obtained his license yet, so that property has been secured also.
Okay. And is it anything where we're talking about windows that are broken or need to be
No windows are
repaired
broken.
or things like that?
No windows are broken. It's a matter of the windows are not, some days I go by there and the windows are up. I don't know what's going on the white part of the building at the end unit. I'm not sure what's going on. Yesterday when I went by, it was a window open on it, so I'm not sure whether you need to secure that window or if it's somebody in that unit that I'm not aware of, but sometimes those windows are open.
All right. And then the fence wall maintenance, what are you referring to there?
Okay. It's a gray CBS block wall. It's in need of repair, and the wooden fencing that they did replace that part of it. So it repaired one, complied with one part of it and not the other part of it.
Okay. And to be clear, with we didn't talk about numbering standards. They're missing on the front, the back. What do they need?
This building is classified as 1029 North Tamarind Avenue by Palm Beach County Records. So that particular address needs to be on each one of the buildings, because they used to have it separate for some kind of reason, I don't know why. But that is the legal address, and it needs to be on each part of the building. And they may separate their bays as the commercial part as A, B, or something like that, but 1029 needs to be on that entire property.
All right. One final question, again, with this long list of alleged violations, the one that's complied is the 18214B secure vacant property.
Yes, ma'am.
Is anything else fully complied in your opinion?
Not in my opinion.
Okay, very good. And before we turn it over to Gina, did you have any further recommendations as to an amount of time?
Amount of time, we're asking for 2 years. It's gonna go up under a full renovation. And after that particular period of time, $100 per day if it's not in compliance.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Your Honor. Gina Baker, Project Manager for the record for the City of West Palm Beach's Community Redevelopment Agency. I have been in protracted discussions with Mrs. Dozier and her father for many years, and I have inspired them to enter into one of our programs to do a complete facelift of this property. A substantial amount of the violations cited by Ms. Luster will be complied or trued up once they go through the renovation process. Specifically, the agency is looking to do a complete facade upgrade, as well as redo all of the MEPs, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing. The building will probably and most likely receive an entirely new roof. All of the streetscape and or hardscape issues with respect to the parking lot, the building to the north, We're hoping as an agency to inspire new tenant occupancy. The building in the middle, and I'm trying to just stay with your photos there, but the gray building in the middle that Ms. Lester referred to in her testimony will probably be removed as part of the overall renovation. The agency has engaged with a property directly across the street. It's called Hamburger Heaven. If you all don't know it, you should get to know it. Their burgers are excellent. And we are happy to announce that there will be 3 new tenants going into that facility. A lot of what is referenced here is the result of, unfortunately, a building that has not been maintained over the years. We're hoping to add another 30 years of life to that. So with that, we concur with the 2-year timeframe, and that is in part because it does not, nothing happens overnight here in City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Baker, just for the record, I have a couple, if I may, Special Magistrate.
Go ahead, yeah.
The scope of the agreement for the work that the CRA is going to accomplish, does it encompass, have you looked, does it encompass every single one of these alleged violations? Or are there things that the property owner is going to have to take care of on their own?
So thank you. I'll bifurcate for a moment. Specifically, citation 18103, which is the conditions of the structures, which deals with the envelope of the building, windows, exterior doors, basement hatchways, rodent proofing, and maintenance in a sound and repair condition. That's all going to be done as part of the renovation. Everything that's cited in that, under that section, conditions of structures, would be cured by the overall renovation of the building. There are some issues that Ms. Lester, or Officer Lester, has indicated can be complied and dealt with immediately. But those issues that are directly structurally related to the overall renovation, that is where we're requesting that extension of time.
Okay.
Thank you.
And in your opinion, what's within your scope, as you just testified, is 2 years a reasonable amount of time to get that done?
Yes, the Empire State Building was built in 2 years. We hope we can get this done.
All right, I like that. And thank you very much. I don't know, Special Magistrate, if you have any questions for Ms. Baker before we bring back Officer Lester?
I guess, yeah, just one question. So your testimony is that 18103E is the only section that your renovation addresses. Does it address the parking violations at all?
Yes, I think we can also enumerate that one as well. Anything that deals with hardscape or structural renovation is what will be handled through the overall redevelopment of the building.
Okay, so that'd be 94-485A.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
And then 94-485B1E.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
They all be taken care of within that particular renovation.
I'm sorry, say that again?
She was correct. That would all be part of the
Okay, that will all be done as part of the CRA project. Okay. And then I guess if those are 2-year timeframe, what's the city's recommendation on the other sections that are not, that can be done more quickly?
Well, she's complied the security of that middle building, even though they say they're gonna demolish it, which is good thing. And for the garbage cans, keeping them out of public view. That's simple. And maintaining the little shrubbery or vegetation forest, keeping it clean and sanitary. Those are the things that can actually happen by the owner itself. And the car, when they do the parking lot, I'm quite sure that that particular car jack thing or vehicle lift is gonna be removed through the CRA redoing that hard structure.
What about the engaging in a business?
That has been complied.
That's complied?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I guess the 18105J, is that also part of the CRA project, the
Yes, ma'am.
painting of the building?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
so the only things that are short-term duration are the trash can in public view,
And
the landscape maintenance, and
Yes.
outdoor storage,
Outdoor
and
storage.
numbering standards.
The numbering standards can be taken care of by, even though they're probably gonna replace them when they tear the building apart. But the numbering standards can be taken care of by the property owner. The landscaping and the garbage cans in view, and the small landscape upkeep.
Okay. What about outdoor storage screening?
Outdoor storage can be taken care of by the owner of the property.
Okay. And on those shorter durations, 30 days or?
Yeah, 30 days is fine.
Okay. All right, ma'am, your name?
My name is Renee Dozier.
Thank you. And your relation?
I am the daughter of the owner.
Thank you very much. So you've heard what the city has said. Before we get into your additional testimony, any objection? The documents have been scrolling on the screens behind me. Any objection to the documents being entered into the record?
No objection.
Thank you, ma'am. Anything to add in terms of what the city has said? Anything you'd like me to hear?
No.
Okay. That's fine. They did a pretty thorough.
Said everything.
Yeah, they did it pretty thorough. I wasn't trying to put you on the spot. I just want to make sure you had an opportunity if you wanted to say anything else. And then in terms of the smaller, easier items like the garbage can in public view, 30 days you can get all those little items done.
That's reasonable.
Okay, very good. And you're in agreement with the 2 years on the larger items as part of the CRA project?
Can I get 3?
And that may be, I don't think I've ever heard 2 years, so that 3 may be pushing it, but
Okay. Only because, we're working with the CRA. They're doing a fine job, but things do take time.
and I mean, obviously you'll be in touch with the city,
Yes.
so if there's some issue that presents
Okay.
down the road, I'm sure
Okay,
there's
as
a
long
way
as we
to.
have that option.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a way to address that with the city. And then for Ms. Lester, on the 30 days, all the fines are $100 a day if not complied, even the small items,
It's $50 per day.
for the small ones?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All right, anything further from either side?
Not for me.
Anything further from you, ma'am?
No.
Okay, very good, thank you. In case CE 2308-0586, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that there's good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the evidentiary case file as well as the testimony of city staff that the respondent's in violation of sections 18103E, 7434A1H, 18105J, 82151, 94485A, 18106K, 18103B, 94302A4, 94315B1, 94485B1E, and 786. I'll require respondents to comply with code sections 7434A1H, 82151.
Just an interruption. I thought 82151 is complied.
That was. That engaging of the business was complied.
I'm sorry, thank you. I'll strike that one from the list. Thank you. That one's complied as well as 18214B. So in terms of compliance dates, 18103E, 18105J, 94485A, 18103B, 94302A4, and 94485B1E will be required to comply within 2 years or $100 a day fine for the simpler violations of code section 7434A1H, 18106K, 94315B1, and 786. Compliance will be required within 30 days or a $50 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter. Best of luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 35, 1533 6th Street, CE 230906110. Number 35, 1533 6th Street.
Guys, I think we need a minute until our case operator is back.
Oh, okay.
Code assistant is back.
I didn't realize.
Excuse me? Oh.
Yeah.
Monique, I'm sorry.
That's fine. We'll recess for a moment or two until if she comes. All right, we'll come back to order. Go ahead, Miss Lester.
All right, Officer Luster, West Palm Code. This property was posted on Ann City Hall on 11/2/2023. It was cited for painting of wood around fascia, exterior condition of door, garage door, and cleaning up one half of easement, swell, and clean sanitary conditions for his pressure cleaning driveway, and fence and/or wall maintenance repair. I've had no contact with the owner. Pleasant to see he's here this morning. Good thing. I'm asking for 30 days more or $50 per day after.
Thank you. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the notice of violation sent by certified mail?
Yes, ma'am.
And the photographs that we're about to review, will they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell us for the record what it is that, you said briefly a little bit, can you expound on that?
The wood around the fascia, I'm not sure if you all know what that is. That's the wood around the roof. It needs painting. Condition of the garage door, it basically, I don't know if someone ran into it or a storm hit it. I'm not sure what happened with it. And cleaning up one half of the easement of all overgrowth, and cleaning up driveway by pressure cleaning, and the fence repair. And it was leaning in, so I'm assuming that one of the poles had rusted through and needed to be repaired. They are in the process, I noticed yesterday, of repairing the fence. They are in repairing that. They are in the process of cleaning up one half of the easement, and all other violations I don't see any progress on.
Just for the record, oh, thank you, Monique. Just for the record, the fence that you're talking about, it's a metal fence.
It's a chain
there
link.
on the side of the
Chain link
house.
fence.
Do you believe that 30 days is a reasonable amount of time?
Maybe 45.
All right, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Thank you. And just a question on so the fence can be done without a permit?
Well, they're not replacing the fence.
They're
They're
just
just
propping it
replacing
back
like
up
a
or-
pole that,
okay.
that rotted or rusted away, and we're securing the chain link that's attached to it. And they did one side of it already, and they have to do the opposite side the same way,
Okay.
replacing that rusted out portion.
What about that garage door? Is that going to be a permit issue?
Yes, ma'am, that will be a permit.
Okay. Is 45 days enough to get a permit?
I believe so.
Okay. All right. Good morning, sir. Your name?
My name is Franco Blatt.
Thank you, sir. You were sworn in, correct? Did you raise your right hand and swear? Okay,
Yes.
very good, sir. Thank you. The documents that have been flashing on the screen behind me, any objection to those documents being entered into the record?
No.
Okay. You've heard what the city is saying. They're saying that you're making some progress, but you need to do a little bit more. She's willing to give you 45 days. Do you think you can get the remaining items complied within 45 days?
No, I think I need more days. Because I didn't live in their house.
You don't live in the house?
My wife did, but I'm not in the state. I mostly stay in Connecticut.
Okay.
And I didn't know all those things happen because about the letter, I know about the letter I got from the city late. And I have to fly from Connecticut to come in here on Monday. And then when I went there and I find out the garage door was broken, she didn't let me know. I spoke to her about it, but for some reason, because she don't have anything on her name, everything coming on my name. I mean, I don't think that she really cares just to tell me what's going on in there. Anytime I talk to her, but we have other issues. She prefer to talk about other issues, not those things you have to fix. But she don't really care because it's on my name. She don't have nothing to do with that because everything have to do with me. Okay. And now I see all those things coming out, and then I make a note, and then I'm gonna try to fix them as soon as I can. Maybe I need a little more time, just like 90 days to do that.
I'm not
Please.
opposed to 90 days.
I'm sorry?
I'm not opposed to 90 days.
You're not opposed? Okay, thank you. I think that garage door might take him a little
Yeah,
bit more time
it
to
may.
get
Since
that.
he's explaining the situation, it might take
Yeah,
more time.
okay, I appreciate that. All right, anything further, sir?
No.
Okay, anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 23090610, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that there's good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of city staff that the respondent's in violation of sections 18106G, 18103E, 744C5, 94302A4, and 18106A. and I'll require respondent to comply within 90 days or face a $50 a day fine. So I'm going to give you 90 days to do it. Make sure you get it done. You're going to want to start on that garage door probably first and go
will.
through the permit process. Okay, sir?
Thank you.
Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
It's case number 49, 6917 Okeechobee Boulevard, CE 231-00849, number 49, 6917 Okeechobee Boulevard.
You want to go to the next one?
Okay, sorry about that. We'll be right with you, okay?
Sorry, sir. We'll be right back to you.
Number 15, 960 42nd Street, CE 23111-028, number 15, 960 42nd Street. Do we have a respondent present?
He was here. He did not want to stay. I did speak with him, though.
Well, do you want to call a different case?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's get rid of the, get through the rest of the cases where people are here.
Okay, number 8, 615 55th Street, CE 231-00814.
City of West Palm Beach Code Officer Robert Watkins. This property was cited October 5th. Certified mail was sent October 5th. City Hall was posted October 10th. This property was cited for numbering standards, outdoor storage, junk abandoned vehicle, maintaining of landscape, and clean and sanitary. As of yesterday, the only ones that came into compliance were the clean and sanitary. Have spoken with the homeowner who's right here, who was going through eviction process on getting his family member evicted from the property, so he didn't have access to a lot of it to get it done. So what this is, city's requesting 60 days and over $100 per day after until compliance is achieved.
Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, it does.
Was the notice of violation posted at the property?
Yes, it was.
The photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, it does.
For the alleged violations that remain outstanding, can you please tell us for the record what it is that you observed?
There's right there, there's the overgrowth, and it's not as bad now. There are updated pictures there, but there's just the outdoor storage of ladders and those window framing that are out there. The unoperable vehicle, the Tahoe with the flat tires, is still out there. The numbering standards, it still doesn't have any numbers on the home itself. And there's still a little high vegetation you see around the front and the side of the property.
And you're seeing this as of, your pictures are time-stamped December 4th, so you're seeing these alleged violations still as of December 4th, right?
Yeah, yes, as of actually yesterday. There's some more. I went yesterday, and it was pretty much the same.
All right. And do you believe that 60 days is reasonable?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Thank you. Your name, sir?
Jackson.
Last name?
Domingue.
What is it, Domingue?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. What's your relation to Yolanda?
My mother.
Okay, thank you. You've seen the documents scrolling on the screen behind you. Any objection to those documents being entered into the record?
No.
Okay, thank you, sir. You've heard what the city is saying. They're saying that you complied with clean and sanitary, but that the remaining violations remain, and they're willing to give you 60 days. That seems like plenty of time.
Yes.
You're in agreement with that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anything else you'd like me to hear?
It's fine.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anything else from the city?
No, no, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 231000814, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the affidavit of posting, that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of city staff that respondents in violation of section 78.6, 9471C, 34102A, and 18106M. And I'll require respondents to comply within 60 days or face a $100 a day fine for each day thereafter. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Back to number 49, 6917 Okeechobee Boulevard, CE 231000849.
Good morning. City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On October 12th, the property at 6917 Okeechobee Boulevard was cited for prohibited portable signs and trash and debris throughout the property. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted November 16th. Certified mail was sent October 13th and was signed for. I have been in conversations with a gentleman over the phone. They're working to get the property cleaned up, but it's still not in compliance. There's still debris from trimming the trees that are still on the property, as well as portable signs still tied to poles throughout the property. With that being said, city's recommending 30 days to bring the property into compliance or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you very much. First, for the record, what kind of a property is this? This is a strip
gas
plaza?
station.
It's a gas station. Very good. Thank you. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
The photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
In regards to, you talked a little bit about that there's litter, trash, or debris, some landscaping cuttings that are still on the ground.
Yes, I went by yesterday. They still have limbs that they've cut back from the trees still on the property. It's been there for a little while now, so I thought they would be picked up by now, but they have not. So either the contractor is going to have to come back and clean that up to get the property in compliance. There's still little signage that you can see on the bollards that are still around the property. You still have some other signs tied to light poles on the property, as you can see there. All those things need to be removed to get the property in compliance.
We also saw a picture of two, I don't know what they're called, blade signs, like they flap in the wind.
Yes,
Was that a part of those too? Or?
Those have been taken care of.
Okay, very
so,
good.
Yeah, those type of signs, a part of the portable signs that was included.
Okay. I'm sorry.
And also, if you could scroll that back down. Monique, bring that page back down.
Monique, can you go
No,
back
you're
up?
going up. Bring it down, please.
There you go.
There you go. That one right there. And the stump here, that also needs to be removed as well.
Okay. And in talking to the person that you talked to, do they understand which of these portable signs or how many?
I mean, I thought he understood all the signage need to be removed. But I guess I wasn't understood.
Okay.
So now we can get an understanding because you can see the photographs and know what needs to be removed now.
All right. And 30 days, a reasonable amount of time?
More than enough.
All right, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Thank you. Name, sir?
Raymond Dwyer.
And your relation to Rose Petroleum, Inc.?
I operate the property.
Okay. And does the owner know you're here on their behalf?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. The documents that you've seen going across the screens behind me, any objection to those documents being entered into the record?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you've heard what the city is saying with regard to the violations. Is it clear what you need to do to comply? Do you understand what you need to do?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you understand what signs need to come down?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You think you can get those things done in 30 days?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anything further?
No, ma'am.
Anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. In case CE 231-00849. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting as well as the signed certified mailing that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file that and testimony of city staff that respondents in violation of sections 94-402B25 and 18-106I, and I'll require a respondent to comply within 30 days or $100 a day fine will be assessed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, and that's all we have for contested matters. Is there anyone else here for a case? Okay, next case number 319 Buckingham Road, CE 23090609.
Good morning, John Frosco, West Palm Beach Code. The property was cited for landscape maintenance, a non-native invasive tree, and fence repair. Property was posted on, and City Hall was posted on September 7th of 2023. Certified mail and regular mail was sent on September 7th of 2023, and the certified mail was returned on October 16th of 2023. And we'll wait for the pictures to come up, and when the pictures come up, we can.
Officer Frasco, while we wait, is there an affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, there is.
And the photographs we're about to see, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you observed and that you're going to testify about?
They do. I was there this morning taking the photographs of non-compliance.
Thank you.
Okay, so the first picture under the landscape maintenance, that's a palm tree in the front, and it's dead. So more specifically, why I cited it under that code instead of a hazardous tree is because I couldn't get on the property to actually check how bad it is, but you can see that it's dead and it has to be removed. All right. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Okay, specifically in that picture, there is a carrot wood, which is a non-native invasive tree that's growing into the fence and damaging the fence. So,
Are you talking about the big one right there?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Right? No, we're right there.
Right there, okay.
I think the other one is the next photo is a closer shot. Right there. So that carrot wood needs to be removed and that fence needs to be repaired. And the city is requesting 60 days or $100 a day in compliance. I've had no contact with the owner and they've had plenty of time to comply.
And just for the record, the fence, it was a wooden fence that we saw, and to repair it, in your opinion, would they need a permit?
No.
Okay. And in your opinion, I think you said 60 days?
60 days.
Is that reasonable?
I think it's very reasonable, given, we're in the holiday season, and I did give them, the notice was sent out in September, so.
Thank you very much. Anything further?
No, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Thank you. Can I see the affidavit of posting when you get a second? I think I missed it if you scrolled through it before.
There it is.
There we go. Okay, thank you.
There's also photos of when I posted the affidavit.
I saw that one, yeah.
Yeah.
On the door, okay. I guess let me see those last
I
two.
print and I fill out the affidavit and I attach it myself to the file.
Okay, thank you. That's everything, yeah, okay. In case CE 23090609, for the record, the respondent's not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that there's good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony of city staff that the respondent's in violation of sections 94302A4, 944462, 944454I, and I'll require respondents to comply within 60 days or $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Thank you.
Number 2, 441 34th Street, CE 231000945.
J. Francis, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance. This property was cited on 10/27/23. Certified mail and regular mail was sent on 11/8/23. Both the property and City Hall were posted on 11/13/23. I have not been in contact with the property owner. The property was cited for cleaning up the adjoining right of way and address characters in the alleyway. As of this morning, the violation 74-4-C5, cleaning up the adjoining right of way, has complied, but the address character violation is still pending. Therefore, the city is requesting an additional 15 days for the property to come into compliance. If they do not achieve compliance within this time frame, then the city is asking for $50 a day until compliance is achieved.
Did you say 15 days, 1-5?
Yes,
Okay.
1-5.
Couple of questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, ma'am.
And the photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that were observed at the property?
Yes, ma'am.
And with respect to the numbering, can you just tell us for the record what it is about the numbers or lack of numbers that you believe constitutes an alleged violation?
There's no address characters representing the property in the alleyway.
Okay, so in the alleyway, you said?
Yes.
Okay, and it's your testimony that the ordinance requires those in the alleyway
Yes, ma'am.
in this particular circumstance?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You believe that 15 days is a reasonable amount of time?
Yes, just to
All
get
right.
some numbers to.
Well,
Okay.
you know, just for the record, you know.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Anything further, sir?
No, ma'am.
All right. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Thank you. Can you hold right there for one? So that 441, that's not in the alleyway,
That's the
right?
front of the
That's
property.
front. And
Yes.
there was another photo similarly, that's the same numbers are on the front.
The
but
numbers
there's-
on the front.
There's
none
no address characters on the back in the alleyway. Okay. And what's that first one? Is that, Papa and Son Biz, okay.
Yeah, with the beanbag chair and the other chair out there.
Okay, 38 station, okay, thank you. All right, anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. In case CE 231-00945, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on testimony of city staff as well as the photographs in the case file that the respondent's in violation of section 7862, and I'll require compliance within 15 days or a $50 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Thank you.
Number 3, 1645 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, 1200, CE 2309063.
Don Williams, Code Enforcement. Lux was cited for a business tax under Code 82-144. I actually cited this business on September 11th of 2023. Certified mail sent on September 11th of 23. City Hall and the property was actually posted November the 6th of 23. Contact has been made with the business owner. The application was submitted to the City of West Palm Beach, and I'm just going to give them additional 30 days to have that completed, or one-time fine of $250.
Thank you very much. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes.
And just for the record, to be clear, for this business, Lux, the violation is that they had no business tax receipt, or that it was expired or needed to be renewed, or?
Yeah, they don't have one at all.
All right, very good. And do you believe that 30 days is reasonable?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Anything further, officer?
That's it.
All right. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, photographs, as well as the application submitted as testified.
And just, I guess, a question for the code officer. You visited the site and you saw a business operating out of there?
That's correct.
Okay. That's their front desk with staff?
Yes, 100 receptionist, management company has actually verified everything.
Okay, and Lux is the name of the business?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you, sir. All right, in case CE 23090633, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find, based on the evidentiary case file and the testimony of city staff, that the respondent's in violation of section 82144, and I'll require compliance within 30 days, or a one-time fine of $250 will be imposed.
Number 4, 1645 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, 1200 Hunley, Inc., CE 23090624.
Don Williams, Code Enforcement. Huntley, Inc. was cited on September the 11th, 2023. And certified mail mailed out September 11th of 2023. City Hall and the property was posted November the 6th of 23. No contact with the business owner. Did visit the site, and the property manager did verify that the business is still operating at that location. So my recommendation is 30 days or a one-time fine of $250.
Thank you very much. I can't remember if you said it. What was the name of the business?
Huntley, Hundly.
Okay. And is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes.
Okay, and have you seen any type of application submitted or any type of activity going to progress this case?
Not this one, nope.
All right. Do you believe, and I think you said 30 days, I apologize, right?
Yes.
And do you believe 30 days is reasonable?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Okay, thank you. In case CE 23090624, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find, based on the testimony of city staff as well as the evidentiary case file, that respondent's in violation of section 82144, and I'll require respondent to comply within 30 days or a one-time fine of $250 will be assessed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 5 is complied, 354 Laurie Road, CE 231000962. Number 6 is complied, 345 Laurie Road, CE 231000964. Number 7, 433 Plymouth Road, CE 231000911.
Richard Pasmino, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This property was cited on October 24th. Certified mail was sent out October 25th. It was signed and received on October 28th. In addition, the property and City Hall were both posted on October 31st. The affidavit of posting was completed and attached to the case file. On that affidavit, it also indicates that it was sent via first-class mail. This property was cited for fence maintenance, exterior paint required, excessive growth, trash and debris, and unsanitary conditions on the property, and overgrowth of grass and weeds exceeding 6 inches in height. I've had no contact from the owners or representatives for this property, and there has been no changes. As of yesterday, all violations still exist. With that being said, the city's recommending 30 days to bring code sections 94-302A4 and 18106G. That's the fence maintenance code and the exterior paint, to bring those violations into compliance. Or we're asking for a fine of $100 a day and a split order for 15 days to bring code sections 18106A, 18106B, 74-4-C3. Those are the violations for overgrowth, trash, debris, and excessive growth. To bring those into compliance, or we're asking for a fine of $50 a day until compliance is achieved.
And those were 15 days?
15 for those 3, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. The photographs we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, they do.
Thank you. For the record, can you please tell us what it is that you've observed?
Yes, I think it came in through another department, sent an email, but the property is just not being maintained at all. The sidewalk is completely overgrown with grass and weeds, trash and debris all over the place. And then as I went out to investigate, that was the initial complaint. As I went out to investigate, I noticed the fence needing repair on that side and on the other side, and the exterior paint required.
Just for the record, we're talking about a white wooden fence, right?
That's part of it. I have more photos of a unpainted wooden fence.
Okay. And when you talk about the paint alleged violation, is that painting of the fence, painting of the structure, or both?
Painting of the structure.
Okay, and what is it about can you tell us for the record what we're looking at about painting of the structure?
So right there, it looks like they made a repair and did not paint the surface of it. And if you go down, the structure is dirty and stained in areas where it will require paint. So down more. Like that side of the building. I don't know if you could tell from the photo.
From your observation regarding the fence, does it look like it could be repaired, or that
Right there.
will they require a permit?
It could be repaired.
Okay, very good. And with regard to the 30 days that you've asked for some, 15 for the others, do you believe that both of those are reasonable amounts of time to bring these alleged violations into compliance?
Yes.
All right. Anything further, sir?
No.
Okay, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
That's everything, right? Yeah. Okay, thank you. In case CE 231000911, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting as well as the signed certified mailing that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of city staff that the respondents are in violations of section 94-302A4, 18106G, 18106B, 18106A, and 74-4C3. For code sections 94-302A4 and 18106G, I'll require respondents to comply within 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter. For code sections 18106B, 18106A, and 74-4C3, I'll require a respondent to comply within 15 days, or a $50 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Thank you.
Number 9, 5805 Pinewood Avenue, CE 231000898.
City of West Palm Beach, Robert Watkins. This property was cited October 23rd. Certified mail was sent October 23rd. Posted property in City Hall October 25th. This property was cited for trash can in public view, outdoor storage, enclosed hanging on fence. As of yesterday, the only thing that was complied out there, it seemed to be was just the trash can, but upon looking, it was back along the fence. So everything's still out of compliance. The city is requesting 30 days and $100 per day after till compliance is achieved.
Thank you. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, there is.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, there is.
The photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, it does.
And for the record, can you just tell us what it is that you've observed that you believe are violations?
The trash can and outdoor storage is always right there where it is. At the time, there was clothes hanging on the fence, which is also in the photos that I have selected as well.
Okay. And when was your most recent inspection?
Yesterday.
And you're still seeing all of that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So the trash can is out, which is viewable from the street or right away during dates and times that it's not supposed to, right?
Yes.
Yeah. 30 days reasonable amount of time?
Yes, ma'am.
Any contact with anybody?
None at all.
All right. Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Okay, thank you. In case CE 231-00898, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony of city staff that respondents are in violation of section 7434A1H, 9471C, 54262. And I'll require respondents to comply within 30 days or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Number 10, 415 49th Street, CE 231-00851.
City of West Palm Beach Code Officer Robert Watkins. This property was cited on October 13th. Certified mail was sent October 13th. City Hall, as well as property, was posted October 16th. This property was cited for outdoor storage, maintaining of landscaping, and trash can in public view. As of yesterday, the only compliant violations were the outdoor storage and the trash can in public view. The only thing that's left to comply is the maintaining of landscaping. With this, the city is requesting 30 days at $100 per day after.
Thank you. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes.
The photographs that we're going to be reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes.
And for the remaining alleged violation of landscape, can you tell us for the record what it is you've observed?
Well, it's just like it is there, it's just extremely high. Someone's been coming there, it seems, so they've removed a lot of the stuff and picked up, but it just, I guess they don't have access to a lawnmower or anything like that.
Okay, so basically the grass is really overgrown and it's throughout the
overgrown.
entire property that you can view, right?
Yep.
Okay. Do you believe 30 days is reasonable?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
And no request for abatement on this one?
Say again?
No request for abatement on this one?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, thank you. In case CE 231-00851, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you have good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony of city staff that the respondent's in violation of section 18106M, and I'll require compliance within 30 days or $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Number 12 is rescheduled, 1543 44th Street, CE 231111001. Number 13 is rescheduled, 1920 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, CE 230900678. Number 14, 953 43rd Street, CE 2311091.
Good morning. I'm Kay Weaver, with the City of West Palm Beach Code Officer. The property at 953 43rd Street was cited on November 2nd of 2023. The notice of violation was posted at the property and City Hall on November 3rd, 2023. Certified mail was sent to the mailing address on November 3rd, and it was signed for on November the 6th. The property was cited for 94-302-A-3 for a fence permit. I did check a permit was submitted, but it was not approved due to easement forms that needed to be completed for zoning. And so it was denied, so the applicant homeowner has to resubmit it with the proper documentation. I have not had any contact with the property owner, and as of today, the property is still in violation. And the city is requesting an additional 30 days to gain compliance, or $50 a day until compliance is achieved.
Did you say 50?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violation that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell us for the record what kind of offense we're looking at and what's wrong with it that you felt there hadn't been a permit for that prompted your search?
Well, as I'm patrolling my zone, it popped up one day. I ride through my zone regularly, and then all of a sudden the fence was there. There, they were still, hadn't quite completed. It's completed now. And so I did a search and realized that no permit was pulled.
Okay, very good. And that's a white vinyl or wooden fence around the property?
Yes, more like a vinyl type. Yes, ma'am.
So the permit application was submitted, not approved. Do you believe that 30 days is a reasonable amount of time within which to get that permit approved?
Yes, ma'am. We're speaking with the permit department for this particular permit. A fence permit usually takes 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything else?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, photographs, and the permit application testified to.
Okay, thank you. In case CE 2311-0991, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of city staff that respondent's in violation of 94302A3, and I'll require respondent to comply within 30 days or a $50 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Number 15, 960 42nd Street, CE 231111028. Respondent was present but left.
Yes, ma'am. Kay Weaver again of the City of West Palm Beach Code Officer. The property at 960 42nd Street was cited on November the 9th of 2023. The notice of violation was posted at the property and City Hall on November the 13th of 2023. Certified mail was sent to the mailing address on November the 9th, 2023. It was returned. The property was cited for 2232-A, 22441, 18103G, 1895-A, 74-34-A-1-H, 18-96-C, 18-103-F, There were a couple of others that were complied, and those were the 18106A was complied. Also, the 18-106B, excessive growth, was complied, and the 34-102-A was complied also. The others have not been complied at this time.
What was that last one? I'm sorry. Was it 34102A, the junk vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
I did speak with, this morning, prior to this morning, I had no contact with the owner. He did come in this morning, and he spoke with me. And I did go over with him to make sure that he understood what needed to be done and everything. He agreed on 120 days for everything except the 22-32-A and 22-441. That I'm asking for 30 days or a one-time fine of $250. For the rest, I'm asking for 120 days or $100 thereafter until compliance is achieved.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
With respect to the rental and the certificate of use, how is it that what's the evidence that you know it's rented, or was it just that the owner admitted that it's rented?
Well, I spoke with tenants.
Okay.
When I went to the property, one of the tenants, he had on his phone that said if an inspector come to let him in. He let me in. That's how I got all the photos. The property is illegally being rented as 2 separate units. There's 2 FPL meter boxes that are there. I even have a copy of the bill of the one tenant that shows that he pays this bill, the other side pays another bill. Inside, you'll see where it's blocked off to that one, for the separate unit. So there's multiple violations running, and also the rental license that he did have is expired, but he only has one for one unit.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
For the remaining alleged violations, can you please tell us for the record what it is that you've observed that you believe is in violation?
Okay, if you go back to the pictures, that's in the bath, okay. Just keep scrolling down. That has been cured, the overgrowth and the clean and sanitary, that has been cured. Inside the property, that's like this master bedroom that has been converted as a unit. So there is no kitchen, but that's in the bathroom. That's part kitchenette, part bathroom. So keep going down. Then in the tub, there's no drain pan or whatever, so that pole can go all the way down through the ground because it's not, there's no pan there with the plumbing in the bathtub. Keep going down. You can keep going. And then that's the front, the stairs. If you keep going, you'll see more. They need repairing, the railing and different parts of the stairs, and that's the front entrance of the other side. This is, yeah. Okay. Then underneath.
Let me interrupt you for a moment. Okay. With the stairs, what we're viewing is broken and missing tiles and broken and missing brick. That's what you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am, and part of the handrail there's some parts up there, but not all the way down. So they need additional railing also for the stairs to come into compliance.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And then that's okay. Inside, under the kitchen sink and the bathroom sink, it's mold, water can come out because the plumbing needs to be addressed in the house. You can keep going. You can keep going. And then the AC, the central heat and air, does not work. Has not worked according to the tenants for about 2 years. So they have put in the window units. If you keep going, you'll see where there's mold and everything gathering. And you can keep scrolling slowly. And then keep going. That's the bathroom in the primary, in the house. Keep going, and underneath that sink, you'll see that the plumbing, that's the mold at the top because the ventilation fan does not work. You can keep going. And that's under the sink there, part of the piping is missing, so if they turn the water on, it's just gonna come out without it going down a drain at all. That's the electrical. There's some kind of almost like Brillo type pad thing behind the lighting fixture in the living room area. And there's mold and everything around the doorway. Keep going. That's the front entrance in the door that needs some repair and everything there. And then that's the doorway inside. You see mold and all kinds of stuff on it. And then that's outside. That's where the 2 FPNL meters are. And then on the ground area, that's where the backflow has been coming up from the ground. And then that's a picture of the FPNL bill for the second created unit that shows that it is billed the 2 separate bills that are coming to the house.
Anything else for you?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so just a couple questions. You've indicated 30 days for the rental license and the COU. Do you believe that 30 days is enough time to get the stuff done to comply the COU when there's all this other stuff as well?
Well, the thing is, he had a COU for supposedly be for the house, even though they're illegally renting the second part. That has expired. So that needs to be paid, which he knows. And when I saw him out there, I advised him to do that. But until I check, I can't say that it was done. But that's why I'm asking for the 30 days for that, because he just needs to pay that or pay the one-time fee if he doesn't.
Okay, and the 120 days, do you believe that's a reasonable amount of time to get all these other things that you were talking about?
Yes, when speaking with him, he agreed that that was applicable time for him to get it done. Yes,
And
ma'am.
and you believe that it's a reasonable time too?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Okay, those were the same photos, thank you. In case CE 231111028, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of city staff that respondents in violation of sections 1896C, 7434A1H, 18103G, 18103F, 1895A, 2232A, and 22441. For the violations of subsections 2232A and 22441, I'll require respondents to comply within 30 days or a one-time fine of, you said 250?
Yes, ma'am.
250 will be assessed. For the remaining code sections, I'll require respondents to comply within 120 days or face a $100 a day fine for each day thereafter.
Number 16, 940 39th Street, CE 231111040.
Kay Weaver, City of West Palm Beach Code Officer. The property at 940 39th Street was cited on November the 14th of 2023. The notice of violation was posted at the property and City Hall on November the 20th, 2023. Certified mail was sent to the mailing address on November the 15th, 2023. It was signed for on November the 18th, 2023. The property was cited for 74-4-C-3 overgrowth, 18-106-B excessive growth, and 74-4-C-5, including the swell area. I have had no contact with the property owner. The property is still in violation of all the codes. The city is requesting an additional 10 days to gain compliance or $50 a day thereafter until compliance is achieved.
Thank you very much. For the record, is this a vacant lot?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
The photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell us for the record what it is you've observed?
With patrolling my zone, I come across, there's two vacant lots side by side. One side, at first they were both sides. One side, before I could send out anything, they complied. This side I initially sent a courtesy, no response. I still have not had any response from anybody. So now, we're here, and this is not just a routine of over 6 inches, it's just been overgrown for a good while. And it's beginning to where anything could be inside there, so I posted at the front of it because I wasn't going to the back of the property.
Okay, thank you. And just for the record, the entire parcel that is in question here is severely overgrown with grass and weeds. Is that what we're looking at?
Yes, ma'am, all the way to the back of the property, yes, ma'am.
Do you believe 10 days is a reasonable amount of time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, photographs, and the courtesy notice. No, that was all. Oh, one more. Okay, signed green card. Thank you. All right, in case CE 231111040, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting as well as the signed certified mailing that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of city staff that the respondent's in violation of section 74-4C5, 18106B, and 74-4C3, and I'll require compliance on the part of the respondent within 10 days or a $50 a day fine for each day that the violation continues thereafter.
Thank you.
Number 18 is complied, 934 32nd Street, CE 230900670. Number 19, 816 29th Street, CE 231000892.
City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance, J. Francis. The property was cited on 10/13/23. Certified mail and regular mail was sent on 10/20/23. Both the property and City Hall were posted on 11/21/23. I have been in contact with the property owner. The property was cited for prohibited trees, landscaping of the Swale and Parkway, and landscape maintenance. As of this morning, the property has not come into compliance. Therefore, the city is requesting an additional 30 days for the property to come into compliance. If they do not get into compliance within the time frame, then the city is asking for $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you very much. Is there an executed affidavit of posted in the file?
Yes, ma'am.
And the photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
For the prohibited trees, what did you see?
There's a very large Brazilian pepper on the east side of the property, and in the palm, there's also a Queensland umbrella growing.
There's
in
a what?
between. Queensland umbrella tree.
Queensland palm tree?
Queensland umbrella is growing within
umbrella.
the palm tree.
Okay, I'm so sorry. So we have two prohibited trees?
Yes.
Okay. And with regard to, you have landscaping of swales, and then landscape maintenance and landscape maintenance.
Yes. So the soil is pretty bare with dead leaves from other vegetation around, and then you have bare patches all over the actual landscape of the
Okay.
property.
And is this a vacant lot, just for the record?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You have down here 18106K for landscape maintenance, 94,446,2 for landscape maintenance. Is there anything different?
So the one of them is for the swale, and the other one is for the actual lot.
Okay. So you're seeing
Yes, the swale.
overgrowth or
The squares.
landscaping
The
in the
swale is
swale.
actually bare and needs sodding.
Mhm.
When rain falls, the dirt kind of erodes and washes down the street into the drains and stuff.
Okay,
And
thank-
there's bare areas on the actual property
Mhm.
that needs to be taken care of as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Are you seeing any progress with any of this?
Well, they have cut down the Brazilian pepper, but they just left it all over the lot, so they didn't take it away or
Okay.
schedule a pickup to get it removed.
All right, do you believe 30 days is reasonable?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Thank you. I think that was the last file, right? Yeah, okay. In case CE 231000892, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony of city staff that the respondent's in violation of sections 94,445,4I, 94,442E, 18,106K, and 94,446-2, and I'll require respondents to comply within 30 days or $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 20 is complied, 926 33rd Street, CE 231000913. Number 21 is complied, 444 34th Street, CE 230800464. Number 23 is complied, 445 33rd Street, CE 230800469. Number 24 is rescheduled, 442 27th Street, CE 230800479. Number 25 is complied, 444 29th Street, CE 230800471. Number 27, 1493 North Mangonia Circle, CE 231111052.
Good morning, Officer Underwood, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. Property 1493 Mangonia Circle was initially cited November 16th, 2023. Certified mail was sent out November 16th. Both City Hall and the property were posted November 16th, and certified letter was returned November 24th, 2023. This property was cited for a number of standards, outdoor storage, and clean and sanitary conditions. I met with the owner a couple days ago, and she says it's her son's stuff that's being stored outside, and she's in the process of removing all the outside storage, and she's aware of the number standards on the front of the house, and was supposed to have it done by yesterday, but hadn't had it done in time, so the city's requesting an additional 20 days or $50 a day thereafter till compliance is achieved.
Thank you very much. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, there is.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
It does.
The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
That's correct.
So the numbering standards, they're completely missing, right?
Correct.
And that's in the front. There's nothing in the back that's needed on this one, right?
No, correct.
All right. And the outdoor storage you talked about, and we see in the photographs all sorts of boxes and items and an Elmo and
That's correct. That's not that one.
And clean and sanitary, is that related to the outdoor storage, or is there something else?
On the side in the picture, right, keep going right there. There's a broken fountain right there on the ground and miscellaneous pieces around the side right there of the plumbing for that fountain. That's trash and debris that needs to be put out to the yard waste truck.
Okay. And do you believe that 20 days is reasonable?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheets, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Okay, thank you. In case CE 23111052, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting and the certified mail looking to have been signed for that the city has good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the city's testimony that the respondent's in violation of section 78.6, 9471C, and 18106A, and I'll require respondents to comply within 20 days or a $50 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Number 28 is complied, 1367 13th Street, CE 231000929. Number 29, 807 Grant Street, CE 231000914.
Good morning, Officer Underwood, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. Property 807 Grant Street was initially cited October 25th. Certified mail was sent out October 25th. Both City Hall and the property were posted October 25th also. Certified mail was returned November 3rd. This property was cited for landscape maintenance and trash can in public view. I've been in contact with the property owner of the specific property, and she is in the process of removing all the stones in the front yard and preparing for sod to be placed down. The city is requesting 30 additional days or $100 a day thereafter.
Thank you very much. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, there is.
And does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, it does.
The photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes.
And just for the record, for the trash can, are you seeing that out?
On days that are
basically-
not out for service, correct. They,
Okay.
they live at the street 24/7.
Okay. And we saw in the photographs that the entire, well, you tell it.
Yeah, the entire front yard has been stone placed over it and covered in stone, so zero maintenance, I guess they say, but, you know, that's out of policy, out of code, so.
Okay. And the owner agreed that they are
Correct.
going to sod or put approved plant material?
That's correct.
Okay, very good. Do you believe 30 days is a reasonable amount of time to do that?
Yes, I do. She's already started some of it, so it's not too much more to go.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Special Magistrate, this city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
All right, thank you. In case CE 231000914, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the file that the respondent's in violation of section 94-442C1 and 74-34A1H. And I'll require respondents to comply within 30 days or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Number 30, 508 21st Street, CE 231000878.
Good morning, Officer Underwood, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. Property 508 21st Street was initially cited October 19th, 2023. Certified mail was sent out November 21st, 23. Both property and City Hall were posted November 21st, and certified mail is still in transit for signing or delivery. This property was cited for number standards, conviction of structures 18103E, windows and doors, excessive weeds, and clean and sanitary conditions. I initially cited this as a courtesy, gave them 30 days, had no response. The city is requesting 10 days for the overgrowth and the trash and debris or abatement. And for the 18103E, which is the windows, the broken windows, and the number standards, an additional 30 days or 60 days or $100 a day thereafter till compliance is achieved. And the 10 days or the abatement is due to overgrowth and glass and the danger to the community that the front yard right there on those pictures show.
So which 18103E and what was the other one, that's 60 days?
The number standards, 78-6
78-6.
number standards.
Okay, and then the rest, you're asking for
For an
compliance.
abatement for the 18106B and the 18106A.
Comply within 10 days or abatement?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so a couple of different questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
There is?
And does the affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, it does.
Okay, for the record, is this just a
I believe it's a container home.
container
Correct.
home?
It's a container home.
Oh.
It's permitted as a, it's permitted as a container home. I have not seen any activity there, so I don't know if anybody's residing there or not. I haven't
Okay.
had any contact with the owner of any property or rental, anything, so.
Okay. And the photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, they do.
And with regard to the numbering standards, is it your testimony that it's missing numbers?
Correct.
Does it have to be just in the front, in the back as well? What does it have
Just
to
in
be?
the front. There's
All
no
right.
alleyway for this property.
Okay. And with respect to the 18103 condition of structures, what did you observe supporting that?
Look on the pictures, I believe it's two of the windows have either, I wouldn't call them bullet holes or baseball bat marks, they're broken windows. As you can see in that one right there.
Oh, that's glass in there?
That's glass, yes.
Oh, okay.
On both,
Oh,
you
there
go.
it is.
So I don't know if somebody hit it with a bat or rock, or I have no idea, but they're obviously broken.
Okay, very good. So that needs to be repaired. Would that need to be a permit, do you know? Or just replaced?
I believe it has to be permitted, because they're gonna have to do the frame and everything.
Okay, very good. And,
Yeah, the time.
thank you, I'm sorry. And then can you tell us about the excessive weeds and clean and sanitary?
Excessive weeds obviously are a nuisance for varmin and snakes and all kinds of stuff and whatnot on the side of the property and in the front.
Okay, and we're seeing a lot of palm fronds down there.
Correct.
A lot of overgrowth, and it's an attractive nuisance as well for other pests and activity. It could be an attraction for vagrants or other people who take
Correct.
advantage of the property. Do you believe that the condition of the property, as you've just described it, rises to the level of a health, safety, and welfare concern?
Yes, I do.
All right. And do you believe that 60 days is a reasonable amount of time within which to get the two alleged violations complied?
Yes, I do.
And do you believe 10 days would be a reasonable amount of time to otherwise get these overgrowth and the trash and debris and the clean and sanitary done?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs. And also submit the courtesy mailing too.
Correct.
All right, I think that was all of it. And then I guess just for the code officer, for 18106B and 18106A, is it your testimony that those are health, safety, welfare, those violations amount to health, safety, welfare violations?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. With that, in CE 231-00878, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony that respondents are in violation of section 78.6, 18103E, 18106B, and 18106A. For sections 78-6 and 18103E, I'll require respondents to comply within 60 days or face a $100 a day fine for each day that the violation continues. for sections 18106B and 18106A. I'll find that those violations amount to health, safety, welfare violations, and I'll require respondents to comply within 10 days or authorize a one-time abatement.
Thank you.
Number 31, 1476 North Magonia Drive, CE 231-00900.
Good morning, Officer Underwood, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. Property 1476 North Mangonia Drive was initially cited October 23rd. Certified mail was sent out October 24th. Both City Hall and the property were posted October 23rd, and certified mail was returned October 30th. This property was cited for landscape maintenance must be sod, or excuse me, landscape area must be sod. Rental license, certificate of use, removal of prohibited vehicles. I've been in contact with the property owner and the tenant. He has applied for a rental license, and he talked to him yesterday, and has scheduled an appointment for this afternoon for an inspection. He has also applied for a permit to do the pavers in the front yard, as you see in that picture right there. The city is requesting an additional 60 days for compliance to be achieved, or $100 a day thereafter.
Thank you very much. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes,
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
it does.
The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, they do.
With respect to the pavers that you talked about, is that the landscape areas must be grass?
Correct, yes.
And that could also be approved plant material?
Correct.
All right. And what's the prohibited vehicle?
The trailer that was there is oversized trailer.
Okay.
He has since moved that. So.
Oh, he has. So is that complied then? Or
Yes, yeah, the prohibited vehicles complied, yep.
are you seeking a finding of fact? Did he do it early enough or no? Or
No,
are you
we-
just not seeking a finding
We
of fact?
won't, he used it just to move in, he stated, because he had just moved into this property, and he was using it for that, and then once he was done, he was borrowing it from a friend or something, he said. So
Okay.
Hopefully it doesn't come back.
Very good, very good. And you said he has applied for a rental license, so
Correct.
he recognizes, he agrees that he's
Correct.
renting, okay.
Mhm.
And, okay, that's it. Do you believe that 60 days is a reasonable amount of time?
Correct, yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, photographs, and the rental application.
And I guess was that all the files? Okay, thank you. And just so I understand, the landscape area is 94442C1. You said that's the area where the pavers are, so he
Correct.
can get a permit to keep that? He just has to get that through the city?
Apparently, yeah, you can get a permit to keep that.
Okay. So those are, I guess that's not the only way to compliance. He could take them up and plant
Correct, you
landscaping.
can do that also,
Okay.
correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, in case CE 231-00900, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony of city staff as well as the photographs in the case file that the respondent's in violation of sections 94442C1, 2232A, and 22441. I'll require compliance on the part of the respondent within 60 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Number 32 is complied, 1483 North Magonia Drive, CE 231-00959. Number 33 is complied, 1485 North Magonia Drive, CE 231-00958. Number 34, 500 North Tamron Avenue, CE 23090674.
Good morning, Officer Luster, West Palm Code. This property was posted on 11/3/2023, along with City Hall. And the property was cited for the following violations: cleaning up one half of easement, swell, and property, Numbering standards, this is a non-residential structure. Exterior is in decay, needing painting, overgrowth, securing of vacant property, graffiti, and painting of boards once secured, making the property weathertight for its doors and windows, hurricane hazard for its the large vegetation on the property, which is a tree. Exterior walls repair. And that's it. I have spoke with the trustee for the property, and they're out of state, and they're asking for 90 days to come into compliance with getting the property cleaned up, secured, and posting of address and painting of the property. And 90 days or $100 per day after.
I'm sorry, did you say 100?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you have anything further? I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Say it again.
Did you have anything further? I interrupted you.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the notice of violation sent by certified mail?
Yes, ma'am.
Photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
There are a lot of pictures that show a lot, but can you put, just for the record, tell us what we're looking at?
The building itself is in disrepair. There are open areas on this building where there are no doors. They used to be a boarded up property. It's been vandalized, of course. Also taking effect that this is off of Tamarind Avenue, and that portion of Tamarind is being replaced.
That what?
That portion of Tamarind is being replaced. So the front of this property is inaccessible, and they've just never paid any more attention to the property once it became like derelict. And the owner of the property passed on. The trustees all live out of state, and it's quite a bit of work to bring the property back into compliance. And they may end up doing a demo on this property, but it's right now it's unsecured. It needs painting, overgrowth, large trees, and the vegetation. It is in poor condition.
Okay, just a couple of the little things, the numbering standards, so you're seeing missing numbers?
There are no numbers.
No numbers, and graffiti?
Graffiti is on the south side of the building.
So they have no permit, and so they either have to get a permit for the graffiti?
No,
or
they're gonna paint the building.
They gotta,
Yeah.
they just gotta paint it, okay. There's boards on the windows, and you believe that the boards need painting?
It's some boards on some of the windows and doors, and there's some that are not.
Okay,
But once they paint the building itself, they'll paint the whole entire structure the same color.
okay, and then the condition of the
ground.
actual lot you're seeing is overgrown and?
Yeah, the grounds are in need of mowing and overgrowth of large trees on it. And I don't know how this debris becomes on the property, but it's a sofa. And I'm quite sure it just came on the property from other places.
Sure. And do you believe that 90 days is a reasonable amount of time to do this?
Yes, ma'am, he asked for 90, and I think 90 would be well over enough time.
Okay, thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Thank you. And just so I'm clear, nothing has complied, correct?
Nothing.
Very good, thank you. In case CE 23090674, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony of city staff that the respondent's in violation of section 78.6, 18105J, 18214B, 744C3, 18103B, 18106J, 18214A, 18105A, 744C1, 744C5, and I'll require respondents to comply within 90 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Thank you.
Number 36, 1009 10th Street, CE 2309058. Respondent was present but left.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. This property was posted on 11/3/2023 along with City Hall. The property was cited for the following violations: unpaved parking, driveway repair, clean and sanitary condition, junk vehicles, plural, trash can in public view, garbage litter and refuge, landscape maintenance, fence and wall maintenance, outdoor storage, cleaning up one half of easement, swell, inoperable vehicles, and painting of unit. The property owner has asked, I have been in contact with her, she has asked for 90 days to come into full compliance. As of today, nothing is in compliance. And in regards to the junk and operable vehicles, she has several RVs in the rear of the property that are inoperable and in decay. So it's gonna take a few moments to get those vehicles pulled out of the backyard, because she has to remove her fence. It's on an alley, so they'll have access to them once she removes the fence and remove the RVs. They're junk vehicles.
And you said 90 days. What amount of fine are you seeking?
$100 per day, I'm sorry.
100?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
And was the notice of violation sent by certified mail?
Yes, ma'am.
The photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
So with respect, I'm just going to go down the list. The trash can, you're seeing it out during days and times that it's not supposed to be out?
Yeah, it's always out from,
All right.
basically lives on the road.
Right. The garbage, litter, and refuse?
She has quite a bit of that about the yard.
Okay, and you're still seeing that as of your most
As
recent
of
inspection?
yesterday. Mhm.
Landscape maintenance?
Same. As of yesterday, it was still needing to be in compliance. The
Okay.
front yard may look like that, but the back is not.
Okay, so you're still seeing like palm fronds or overgrowth?
It's overgrown.
All right, very good. Clean and sanitary, is that something different from garbage, litter, and refuse?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what do you see?
Well, what the refuge is, a washer, and sometimes it's a washer and a dryer on the front porch. It's other items that consist of being outdoor storage and refuge.
Okay, and the junk or abandoned vehicle was the RVs in the back?
There in the back, and then you have that one in the front yard. It's still in the front yard as of yesterday.
Okay, and that's like a small car?
Yeah,
not
that's a
yeah.
SUV.
All right, very good. And what is it you've observed about the fence or wall?
The fence is in disrepair. It's a wood privacy fence. And in several places of the fence, especially in the rear of the property, it's in disrepair.
Okay, and outdoor storage?
Outdoor storage is the washer, sometime dryer and washer, and other stuff.
Okay, and clean up to the center of the right-of-way? What do you
That
see?
is the easement and cleanup center in the rear of the property, which is on the alley. There are pictures of it. It needs to be cleaned, and so the swell also.
Okay, and that, you're seeing like overgrowth
Overgrowth,
into that?
yes.
And okay. So anything else with inoperative vehicles other than we've talked about?
Yeah. Inoperable vehicles consist of the RVs
Mhm.
and the SUVs.
Okay.
And just junk vehicles.
And the painting that's on the, is it power washing of
Our
the
property.
structure?
She had
or-
the house replastered,
Mhm.
and it has not been painted.
All right. And parking requirements, that's because you're seeing
The unpaid.
stuff, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you believe that 90 days is reasonable?
90 days is good living time. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
All right, thank you. In case CE 23090598, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that the city had good service for today's hearing. I think there was also a signed certified mail in there as well, but either way, you had good service via posting. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of city staff that the respondents are in violation of section 7434A1H, 744A3, 18106K, 18106A, 34102A, 94302A4, 9471C, 744C5, 34102C, 18106G, and 94482A. And I'll require respondents to comply within 90 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Thank you.
Number 37, 701 Clear Lake Drive, CE 230906664.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. This property was posted along with City Hall on 11/2/2023. The property was cited for garbage can placement, obstruction of right-of-way, prohibited vehicle, restriction of upon land use, parking requirement, unpaved parking, junk inoperable vehicle, and that was it. I'm asking for all violations are in compliance except for the garbage can placement. And I'm asking for 10 days on that, or $50 per day.
So the only thing that remains is the garbage can.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's go through our housekeeping. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file? And does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was sent by certified and regular mail?
Yes, ma'am.
And the photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it your testimony that the trash can lives outside during days and times that do not correspond with the assigned pickup dates?
Exactly.
And that you can see that trash can from the right-of-way or the street?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you believe 10 days is reasonable?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And what was you said compliance in 10 days or?
$50 per day.
$50 a day fine, okay. So they did all the hard stuff but left the easy stuff.
Go figure.
Go figure. All right, let me just look through the rest of the photos as she pops them up here.
There's a lot of photos.
There's a lot of them, yeah. I've seen the photos of the garbage cans.
I read history on it. That's why I have so many photos. I hate to write people up without having a whole lot of history on it.
Yeah.
So that's why I do it.
And you're not seeking finding of fact on any of those other sections?
I was thinking of finding a fact on the use of the property, because it was more than one family occupying the property. But he's assured me that that has stopped. So I would ask for finding a fact on the
94C. I mean 94.6, I'm sorry.
94.6, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Just in case it falls back out of compliance.
And you spoke with him and he agreed that he was
spoke to the property
renting?
manager.
Okay. And they agreed to what they were doing? They agreed that they were in violation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There's the posting. That's what I needed. Okay, perfect. I've seen everything I need to make a ruling. In case CE 230906664, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony of city staff that the respondent's in violation of sections 94.6 and 7434A1H. With section 94.6, I'll find that the respondent was in violation, has since complied but failed to comply based on the date specified in the notice of violation. So I'll issue a finding of fact with regard to that code section, and in section 7434A1H, I'll require respondents to comply within 10 days, or a $50 a day fine will be assessed for each day the violation continues.
Thank you.
Number 38, 1015 10th Street, CE 230900599.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. The property was posted along with City Hall on 11/3/2023. The property was cited for the following: fence and/or wall maintenance, excessive weeds, garbage litter and refuge, cleaning up 1/2 of easement and swell, and clean and sanitary condition of property. I have spoke with the property owner on more than one occasion. He's asking for 45 more days to come into compliance, or $50 per day after.
Thank you very much. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail and certified mail?
Yes, ma'am.
The photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you please tell us what it is that you observed?
In the front property, the fence at the sidewalk is in disrepair. The weeds are excessively overgrown, and there's litter and garbage, swell, front yard, and we had a long conversation about that one. And the easement is in need of cutting back of overgrowth and just keeping the property itself clean and sanitary.
Okay, and I'm so sorry, for the record, what fence are we talking about and what's wrong with the fence or wall?
To the front, maybe the first picture. You could barely see the fence, the weeds are so overgrown. Go to the next one. Next one. That fence.
Okay, so that's a chain link fence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And it's in disrepair on two sides of it, and it's just a matter of him replacing the rusted out parts that binds the fence together.
Okay, are you seeing?
Hinges, I think.
Sorry. Are you seeing any progress on any of these alleged violations?
Well, as a clean and sanitary, he's doing a pretty okay job of keeping that clean, but he's under the impression that when people throw litter and garbage, that he's not supposed to pick it up, even though it's on his property.
Okay.
So we went over that conversation. We had that conversation.
Okay.
So he's doing a better job of maintaining that.
All right. And do you believe 45 days is reasonable?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Okay, sign green card too, okay. Thank you. In case CE 23090599, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1. Without objection, I'll find, based on the affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find, based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of city staff, that the respondents are in violation of sections 18106B, 18106A, 744A3, 744C5, and 94302A4. And I'll require a respondent to comply within 45 days, or a $50 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Thank you.
Number 39 is complied, 1003 8th Street, CE 230906888. Number 40, Clear Lake Ave, CE 231000957.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. This property was posted along with City Hall on 11/2/2023. I've had no contact with the property owner. The violations are as follow. Unpaved parking of vehicles on a vacant lot and unpaved parking. I had contact with the vehicle owner, the person that was parking the vehicles on the property, and he told me that he was instructed that he could park on the vacant lot, and I instructed him that he could not. And they stayed, the vehicle stayed. So they finally left, and the comply by date was 11/10/2023. So I'm asking for a finding of fact on this case. It is in compliance.
Okay. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was sent by regular first-class mail as well as certified mail?
Yes, ma'am.
The photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
For the record, is this a vacant lot?
Yes, ma'am.
And for the record, the actual address as per Papa is just, quote, Clear Lake Avenue, end quote, right?
Correct. You have to do the PCN number on that one.
All right. And basically you were seeing just one vehicle that was there?
Yeah.
Or more than one?
It was two.
Okay.
And they come and go, used it as their regular parking space, and overnight, over days at a time.
But as of your most recent inspection, they're
As
now
of
gone?
yesterday, it's complied.
Okay.
But I want to find in a fact, please.
Per the notice of violation, what was that deadline date when they needed to get it done?
11/10/2023.
And what was your observation of the date they actually got that done?
that they were gone after that date. He complied after the fact.
Okay. So as of your most, do you have a date that you know of? Or
Yesterday.
Yesterday?
Yesterday,
Okay,
which
very good.
was what,
All right.
12/5?
Very good. Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs. Thank you.
So is that truck and that van is what keeps popping up there? Is it the neighbors parking there?
Believe it or not, it's not a person that even lives in that neighborhood.
Oh, okay.
Nope.
The plot thickens, I guess, huh?
Yeah. I guess he's a friend of the property owner, and he gave him permission to park it.
Okay. Let me just take a look at the rest of the files, yeah, that are in there. Okay. Okay. Delivered. Okay. Thank you. In case CE 231-00957, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of city staff that the respondent's in violation of section 94-482A and 86-240. I'll find that based on the testimony of city staff that the respondent complied with those sections as of yesterday, December 5th, but that was not complied with by the time specified in the notice of violation, which required compliance on or before November 10th. So I will issue a finding of fact in this case.
Thank you. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you.
Number 44, 2223 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, CE 231-00861.
Good morning. City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On October 16th, the property at 2223 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard was cited for resurfacing of parking lot, trash and litter throughout, and debris throughout the property, excessive growth, hedges or trees are obstructing the right-of-way, and repaving and remarking of parking lot in the rear and front portion of this property. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted November 16th. Certified mail and regular mail was sent October 17th. That has been returned. However, I have been in contact with the property owner. He's working towards getting the property into compliance. I've outlined and directed him how to get the property into compliance. He has started to resurface the front portion of the parking lot. That portion still needs to be done there, and the rear needs to be done. I was at the property yesterday, and I met with the owner's landscaper, so he's aware of what needs to be cut and cleaned and trimmed on the property. I did have a conversation with the property owner and went over the items that need to be addressed. He was requesting 180 days to get the property into compliance. With that being said, the city is recommending 180 days to bring the property into compliance, or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you very much. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect, oh, you did all that. I'm so sorry. The
That's fine.
photographs, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes,
The
ma'am.
photographs, yes, I'm sorry. What is it about the parking lots that you felt lacked? Oh, there we go.
There's parking holes, they've filled them. they have since filled those parking holes, but I'm afraid that they're going to reoccur again because they're temporary fills. So I would like to see the entire parking lot resurfaced because, I mean, it's going to bring out the value in the property once that has been completed. I mean, they've got broken parking stumps there that don't look good. It's a really old property, and it's really not being maintained the way it should be, and it could be. I would like to see that change with this property. I mean, he has resurfaced the front portion of the property and striped, and it has enhanced the overall appearance of the property.
Okay.
But my concern is that the striping for the parking lot does require a permit, and he has started work without that permit. So I have spoken with him, and he's aware that he needs to get that.
Okay.
So that's the other reasoning behind the 180 days.
Okay. And then we saw pictures of dumped litter, trash, debris.
Yeah, I mean, you got bedding out there, you've got bottles. I mean, it needs to be cleaned up. I mean, he does have his landscaper out there, but I mean, it was only 2 guys, and he really needs at least 3 or 4 to get that property cleaned up.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything else, Mr. McFarland?
No, that's it.
All right, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-a printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Can I just see that affidavit of posting one more time?
Which question did you have?
Can I see that affidavit of posting one more time in the file? Sorry. Oh, there we go. Yep, I didn't see it before. Thank you. Okay, perfect. Okay. Okay, perfect. That's the same ones. All right, thank you. In case CE 231-00861, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony of city staff that respondents in violation of sections 94-485E, 18-106I, 18-106B, 74-4C4, and 94-485B1E. I'll require respondents to comply within 180 days, or $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day the violation continues thereafter.
Number 46, 5315 for 53rd Way, CE 231-00848.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On October 10th, the property at 5315 53rd Way was cited for permits required for the outside gazebo and inspections required for the gazebo as well. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted November 8th. Certified mail as well as regular mail was sent October 13th. That has subsequently been returned. However, I have been in contact with the property owner. He's aware that the gazebo needs to be either permitted or removed. He did verbalize with me that the permit for the gazebo was costly, so he's going to opt to remove the gazebo So, with that being said, city is recommending 60 days to either obtain the permit or remove the structure that's on the porch, the gazebo, or $50 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you very much. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
And the photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you're talking about a gazebo. This is inside the fenced area of this quadruplex kind of thing.
Yes, ma'am.
We're seeing kind of like some plywood or shingle tops with like a sheet on the side or some type of something on
Yes.
fabric on the side.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
that's what it is. Okay. And do you believe that 60 days is enough time if he wants to remove it? Or do you believe that 60 days is enough time if he wants to permit it?
More than enough.
All right, very good. Anything further, sir?
No.
All right. Thank you, Special Magistrate. The city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Okay, same photos. All right, thank you. In case CE 231000848, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony of city staff that the respondent's in violation of sections 105.1 and Florida Building Code 110.1 for failing to permit the gazebo structure on the patio. I'll require respondents to comply within 60 days or face a fine of $50 a day for each day the violation continues thereafter.
Number 47, 5053 Ellery Terrace, CE 231000965.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On October 31st, the property at 5053 Ellery Terrace was cited for address characters, standards, and trash can placement. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted November 7th. Certified mail as well as regular mail was sent out November 1st. That has subsequently been returned. I have no contact with the property owner. As of yesterday, the trash can placement has complied, but the address characters have not been repaired. The reinspection date for these said violations were November 14th. The trash can replacement came into compliance on December 5th. So city's requesting a finding of fact on the trash can placement and 15 days to bring the address characters into compliance or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you very much. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
And the photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it your testimony with regard to the trash can that it had been out during days and times which were not consistent with the regular garbage schedule?
Correct.
All right. And with regard to the numbering standards, is it a function that, well, I'll let you tell it.
Yeah, as you can see, there's a portion of the address character that's missing.
All right.
You just need to put it back up.
And do you believe 15 days is enough time to do that?
More than enough.
All right, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Okay, perfect, thank you. In case CE 231000965, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that the city had good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony of city staff that respondents are in violation of section 78-6 and 7434A1H. For section 7434A1H, which is the trash cans, I'll find that the respondents have complied with that section on December 5th, but that was not timely in terms of the notice of violation, which required compliance on or before November 14th, so I'll issue a finding of fact for that code section. And for 78-6, I'll require compliance on the part of the respondents within 15 days, or $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Number 48, 1401 Village Boulevard, 1514 CE 231000922.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On October 25th, the property at 1401 Village Boulevard was cited, Unit 1514 was cited for repeat violation, certificate of use, and rental license violation. This is a renewal. The property as well as City Hall was posted November 8th. Certified mail as well as regular mail was sent out October 26th. The property in question has since renewed their rental license and certificate of use, but this is a recurring theme. The underlying case for the repeat violation is CE 191000162. That subsequent case came into compliance on February 24th, 2020, and that compliance re-inspection date was set for March 6th, 2019. From this subsequent case, that reinspection date was set October 25th, and it did come into compliance on November 3rd. So the property was out of compliance for 9 days. City's requesting a one-time fine of $900 for the repeat violation.
Just to break that down, you're asking for the equivalent of $100 a day for 9 days, right?
Correct.
Okay. Just a couple of questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And with respect to the 2019 case, just to make the record clear, in that notice of violation, at that time, 22-441 is actually 18162,
Yes.
right?
In
However,
that time frame, yes, it
it's
has
just the
changed.
number that's changed, but the substantive ordinance is exactly the same.
Correct.
Okay, very good. I don't have anything further. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheets, certified mailing documents, photographs, emails, and documents relied upon with respect to the underlying case that was discussed, with its compliance, its order, its notice of violation, and any other documents regarding lack of renewal with regard to the license and certificate of use. Thank you.
And one question for Mr. McFarland. You said the days of the repeat violation were what?
The dates.
For this current repeat, you
The
first
current
observed
repeat is
it, yeah.
October 25th.
So it went from 10/25 to 11/4. Is that what you said?
Yes, 11/3 actually.
11/3. Okay, very good,
Yes.
sir. Thank you. Okay, in case number CE 231000922, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting and the signed certified mailing that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony of city staff that respondents are in repeat violation of sections 2635B, 2232A, and 22441. I will, because this is a repeat violation, I'll assess a fine in the amount of $900 for the 9 days of repeat violation that occurred from October 25th to November 3rd.
Number 515097, Ellerly Terrace, CE 231-00897.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On October 21st, the property at 5097 Ellery Terrace was cited for certificate of use, trash can placement, and rental license violation. This is a renewal. The property as well as City Hall was posted November 15th. Certified mail as well as regular mail was sent out October 23rd. The reinspection that was set for this case was November 3rd. The property did come into full compliance on November 7th. With that being said, city's asking for a finding of fact on this case.
Thank you very much. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you say that there was also a trash can violation, or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because it's not listed in the agenda. I just want to
It's
make
not.
sure that, is it in
It's
your
on mine.
notice? 5097 Ellery? If we can bring up the notice of violation, as long as it's in the notice of violation.
That's strange.
Okay, there it is, yeah. So just want to make sure with respect to the trash can and the renewal, both of those are in compliance.
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. And executed affidavit of posted in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to.
That's something else, I think, isn't it?
That's the next one.
Can you pop open that notice of violation one more time? What's that? The trash can section is 74.
74-34-A-1-H.
7434A1H?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's the notice of violation for the next case, Revenue Properties. But
Notice of violation that attached to the right case? Is that what we got?
can you scroll down? Can you scroll down?
All right.
Inspections, failed inspection. Okay. Can you see if you can find it in the next case? Maybe it's in the next case.
All right, Magistrate, there we have it. Are you
Okay,
able to
so
see it,
on,
Arlene?
on this one, there's no trash violation.
I don't understand why it's not showing trash can.
Because you had said there was, right?
Okay, I know why.
Okay, very good.
I know why. Because the way the new system is set, once we comply it in the system, it takes it off. But it needs to be there.
Okay.
We need a finding of fact on it.
But was it in the notice of violation?
It should. It's not in the notice of violation either.
It doesn't show in the notice of
Because
violation.
that's the way the system is.
I know.
Once you comply it, it takes it off everything. So
On this particular one, I don't think we can do the trash can, because it's not even showing.
that's fine. I mean,
Not even showing
the
on the
system is
notice. I know.
what it is. It's imperfect.
I know.
So we'll strike the trash can.
All right. But the rental is still finding a fact, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. So Special Magistrate, you've now seen the notice of violation. We would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, photographs, as well as the documents relied upon to determine, the finding of fact and what had to be looked at and was relied upon.
Okay, can you just pop open that affidavit of posting for me? Can you do that print option for that as well? And that's the correct case. Okay, very good. That's all I needed to see. Oh, I see. You've got the trash can on there.
I think it's the second one.
I see it there. It says trash can in public view.
Yeah.
I see it. You got it. That's sufficient. Technology sometimes, huh?
You gotta know how to finesse them, man.
All right. Rattle me off that number again. 7430.
It's 74-34-A-1-H.
H. Thank you, sir.
And I would like to renew and make sure that the city has submitted, as part of its file, the photographs.
Okay, thank you. With that, in case CE 231000897, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting showing the notice of violation and the additional documents in the evidentiary case file that the respondent's in violation of sections 2232A, 22441, and 7434A1H. And I'll find that based on the testimony of the code officer that those sections have since complied but did not comply by the time specified in the notice of violation. So I will issue a finding of fact for all of those sections.
Number 52, 2529 Okeechobee Boulevard, CE 231000899.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On October 23rd, the property at 2529 Okeechobee Boulevard was cited for prohibited signs and prohibited portable signs. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted November 1st. Certified mail and regular mail was sent October 23rd. I have since been in contact with the property manager. The reinspection date was set for October 31st. The property subsequently came into compliance on November 1st. City's requesting a finding of fact on this case.
Thank you very much. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, ma'am.
Do the photographs that we're reviewing truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violation that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
And just to be clear, when it comes to, so we know what we're looking at to support the finding of fact, it's the sign that was like attached around the pole?
Attached directly to the pole.
Okay. Was there any other signs or just that one?
This sign seemed to have migrated throughout the whole property. It started out by the roadway, then it migrated to that pole.
Okay.
They didn't understand that it's not the location of the sign, it's the sign itself. So we got that cleared up, and the property manager had the tenants remove the sign.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
All right, that's what I need there. So in case CE 231000899, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting and the certified mail having been signed for that the city has good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony of city staff as well as the photographs in the case file that the respondents are in violation of sections 94402B211 and 94402B2-5. And I'll find that the respondents have since complied with those sections but did not comply by the date specified in the notice of violation, so I'll issue a finding of fact.
Number 53, 5107 Ellery Terrace, CE 231000916.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On October 17th, the property at 5107 Ellery Terrace was cited for trash can placement. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted November 7th. Certified mail was sent October 25th. The reinspection date set for this violation was October 31st. The property subsequently came into compliance on November 7th. With that being said, the city is recommending a finding of fact on this case.
Thank you very much. Is there an executed affidavit of posting on your file?
Yes, ma'am.
And the photographs that we're reviewing, they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violation that you observed?
Yes, ma'am.
For the record, with regard to the trash can, was it the fact that it was out and about during times and dates that were not coinciding with the scheduled trash pickup?
Correct.
All right, thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
And can I just see that affidavit of posting? There it is. Okay, perfect, thank you. In case CE 231-00916, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony of city staff that the respondent is in violation of section 7434A1H, and I'll find that the respondent complied with that section on 11/7, but that was not prior to the compliance deadline set forth in the notice of violation, which was October 31st, so I'll grant a finding of fact.
And lastly, number 54, 5127 Ellery Terrace, CE 23110984.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On October 31st, the property at 5127 Ellery Terrace was cited for trash can placement. Notice was posted on November 7th at the property as well as City Hall. Certified mail was sent November 2nd. The reinspection set for this violation was November 14th. The property subsequently came into compliance on December 5th. With that being said, city is recommending a finding of fact on this violation.
Thank you very much. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
The photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violation that you observed?
Yes, ma'am.
And with respect to this trash can, is it your testimony that it lived outside during dates and times that did not coincide with the scheduled pickup and that you could view it from the street or right away?
Correct.
All right, thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, pop-up printout sheet, and photographs.
And you're asking for a finding of fact, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. In case CE 231100984, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting from November 7th that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony of city staff that respondent is in violation of section 7434A1H, that the property since complied on December 5th, but that was not timely as the notice of violation required compliance on or before November 14th, so I'll grant a finding of fact.
Thank you.
And if we could take a few minute recess before we convene the next.
Till 12:45, or what do you want?
Yeah, 12:45 is fine.
Thank you.
All right, is the city ready to begin? All right, with that, I'll call to order the next hearing. It is 12:45. My name is Amity Barnard. I'll be the special magistrate for this portion of the hearing. First thing I'm going to do is swear everybody in who's there to testify on any items on today's agenda. So if you're here to testify, if you could stand and raise your right hands for me, and I'll swear everybody in at the same time. Stand if you're able, and raise your right hand if you're not able to stand. That's okay. Thank you. Mr. Code Officer, were you sworn earlier? Okay, very good. I'll wait until you return. All right, if you're going to testify on any items on today's agenda, if you could raise your right hands for me. I'm going to swear everybody in at the same time. Do you all swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you. And with that, I will turn it to the city to call its first case. When you hear your case called, come to the podium to my right here, and the city will proceed, and then you will get an opportunity to request or make your request at that time. Go ahead, city.
First case number 55, 636 40th Street, CE 22090340. Also for this address are number 58, CE 20020306, and 59, CE 21030480.
He's here for 59 as well.
58, 58, and 59.
Yes. So 55, 58, and 59.
Yes.
Right. Would you like to hear them all together?
Yeah, you can go ahead and read them all in, and then we'll deal with them.
Awesome.
Thank you, sir.
Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. The property at 636 40th Street for case number CE 220-90340 was originally cited back on September 27th, 2022. They were cited for landscape maintenance, overgrowth, address characters missing on the property, as well as areas on the property that had trash and debris and different sod that was needed throughout the yard. This was went to a special magistrate hearing November 16th, 2022. It was ordered for the fine to start running as of December 19th, 2022. That ran for 130 days at $100 a day for a total fine of $13,000. This was complied on April 28th, 2023. The city is requesting, this is the same owner, 9 different cases under his ownership. So the city requests a reduction of 25% for a total of $3,250. Same address, 636 40th Street, was also cited for case number CE 200-20306. This case was originally cited February 19th, 2020. They were cited for safe egress, different boards being on the windows, as well as outdoor storage. This went to a special magistrate hearing March 4th, 2020. It was ordered for the fine to start running on April 5th, 2020. It ran for 1,114 days at $150 a day for a total of $167,100. This was complied April 24th, 2023. For this, the city requests a reduction of 5%, which would be $8,355. Again, same owner, and for both this case and the previous, service was achieved by way of posting. The last one, same address, 636 40th Street for case number CE 210-30480. This case was originally cited March 23rd, 2021. They were cited for an inoperative vehicle, a trash can being in view of the public, as well as outdoor storage. This case went to a special magistrate hearing April 21st, 2021. It was ordered for the fine to start running on May 3rd, 2021. This ran for 721 days at $100 a day for a total of $72,100. This was complied April 24th, 2023. The city requests a reduction of 5% on this one for a total of $3,605.
All right, your name, sir?
My name is Willie Bertugo.
Okay. So you've heard what the city has said. they've given you the information on all 3 cases. They've indicated to me that you had 9 code enforcement cases. Let's handle each of the cases individually. So the first case is for the landscape maintenance. Landscape areas must be grass, overgrowth, numbering, location, and clean and sanitary. The fine amount is $13,000. They're willing to reduce it to $3,250. Go ahead and explain to me why the fine should be reduced.
Yeah, so what had happened here, it's my understanding is that there were notices left at the property, and all of the notices I was unaware of, and because of if I would have been aware of the notices, I would have taken care of the problem much sooner.
Do you live at this address?
Yes,
You do live there?
I live there.
Okay. So it's not a rental property?
No. But I
So-
have family members that live with me, so, and they don't really, well, the primary language is Spanish, and they don't really understand English or read English, so could have been one of them that maybe got the notices, and it was not notified to me.
What are you trying to do with the property? Are you trying to sell it?
No, I live there and I want to live there.
Are you trying to refinance it?
No.
Okay. You're just trying to clear up the liens?
I want to clear up the liens, correct.
Okay. So I'm certainly amenable to grant you a reduction. The difficulty I have is that you clearly have a pattern of code enforcement violations, right? So if the city is telling me that you have 9 code enforcement cases, you have 3 on the agenda today for mitigation, regardless of the language barrier, first of all, you're not complying with the city's code. That's the first problem. The second problem is that when you do get violations, you're not becoming aware of them. So,
Yes, and I really apologize for that. Yeah, I really apologize for, and I don't blame anyone because of it's maybe my fault for not being aware of it. And
yeah, just make sure your family understands that when somebody posts something on your door, usually it's a serious thing. Otherwise, they wouldn't be taping things to your front door. So make sure whoever else lives there understands that when these things get posted, you need to be made aware of them. Anything further from you on the first case, sir?
Yeah, so I wasn't really aware of how tall the grass should be, and then after finding out, it has to be like maybe no taller than 3 inches. So from there, I kept maintaining the grass, and I also planted grass on the front of the yard, in the backyard.
You've owned this property for quite a while. Since 2015, it looks like. How far back do the 9 cases go, code officer? Do you know?
I didn't write them. I didn't write the dates down. I apologize.
These 3 are fairly recent, right? 2021 and 22.
Mm-hmm.
The city is being pretty more than reasonable with you. I think on this case, they're asking me to reduce the fine to $3,250, which is a significant reduction. In the other 2 cases, they're asking for you to be responsible for only 5% of the fine amounts, which is less than they usually ask me for. They usually ask me to reduce them by either 15 or 25%. So they're being very reasonable with you. My concern is once these get reduced, how much time will you need to pay?
So what would be the total of the
It would be around $15,000 for all 3 cases. How quickly can you pay that? Can you pay that within 6 months?
I can do that.
Okay.
In 6 months.
Is the city okay with 6 months payment?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Anything further on the first case, sir?
No.
Okay. With that, in case CE 22090340, I'm going to reduce the previous fine amount from $13,000 down to $3,250 payable within 6 months. The next case, number 58, is for the outdoor storage and egress issue. The fine amount was $167,100. The city is requesting that it be reduced, or is amenable to it being reduced to $8,355. Again, that's only 5% of the fine, so that's a very significant reduction. Do you have anything else you want to tell me in this case?
Which one was this? Is
It's outdoor storage and safe egress. The egress issue is a more severe violation. Were you were not aware of that one, or you were aware of that one?
Yes, that was for I put up the boards.
You boarded up the
hurricane.
windows, yeah.
And it was my fault for not taking it off right after hurricane season ended.
Okay.
So I just kept it on.
Okay. All right, anything further, sir?
No.
All right, anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 200-20306, I'm going to reduce the fine amount from $167,100 to $8,355 payable within 6 months. And then the final case, sir, is the outdoor storage again, trash can in public view, and junk and abandoned vehicles. The fine amount was $72,100. The city is willing to support reduction to $3,605. Are you aware of that one from 2021?
I wasn't aware. That was the junk.
The junk vehicles and trash can in the public view, which that's a relatively minor violation, but the abandoned vehicles, junk inoperable abandoned vehicles, and outdoor storage again. Anything you'd like to tell me on those?
I don't quite remember, but I believe it was either a truck or a van that I had parked. It was for some time, but then I removed the truck.
Sure. You got them all in the compliance. Again, I'll reduce this one, and I'll reduce it to the amount that the city is requesting, but I just want to make sure you understand, 9 cases is quite a lot from a code enforcement perspective. So in the most respectful of ways, I don't want to see you again at a fine mitigation hearing, right? So
I apologize.
when you get those notices, if you don't understand the violation notice that's posted to your door, call the city. I mean, there is a very robust city code enforcement staff at the city. If you have questions, call them. They're there to answer your questions and make sure you understand. So you wouldn't have been able to get to this hearing without getting into full compliance. So make sure your property stays in complete compliance, because I don't want to see you here again for fine mitigation. I want you to keep complying with the city's code and stay out of code enforcement trouble.
I will stay in compliance, and I apologize again.
Okay, I appreciate that, sir. So in case CE 21030480, I'm going to reduce the previous fine amount from $72,100 to $36,005. That's $3,605, again, payable within 6 months. Best of luck to you, sir. Stay out of code enforcement trouble. Let everybody who lives in that house know that if something gets posted to the door, they're supposed to give it to you immediately.
Yes, I will.
Okay? Thank you, sir.
And on the payment, who do I talk to? Or
She's going to give you the orders right there, and I think it says on there.
Yeah, the bottom lists the instructions on how to pay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
On the bottom is the instructions. You can go across the hall on the first floor if you wanted to pay it now. Mm-hmm. You're welcome. Number 56, 260 Rena Drive, CE 060200179.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Go ahead, sir.
Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. The address at 260 Rena Drive for CE 060200179 was originally cited February 6, 2006. They were cited for failed inspection for violations due to unpaved parking, unpaved parking, inoperative or junk vehicles present on the property, trash and debris, as well as the grass and the weeds being in excess of the code and address characters needed on the home. This went to a hearing June 9th, 2006. It was ordered for the fine to start running as of July 25th, 2006. That ran for 4,185 days at $200 a day for a total of $837,000. This was complied January 8th, 2018. Same ownership. There was about 15 cases with code enforcement under that ownership, and the service was achieved by posting. This case also previously went to a special magistrate hearing for a lien reduction on May 18th, 2022. It was reduced to $25,000. They did pay $4,000 on that on May 19th, 2023, but the time elapsed and the lien then reverted back to the original amount. So being taken into account that they've already paid $4,000, the city would like to request to reduce the further lien to $5,000 payable within 120 days.
Just for clarification, does that mean an additional 5? Or
Yes,
does that
ma'am.
mean-
So a
okay.
total of 9,000
Very
total.
good.
All right, your names for the record?
My name is Roger Dorme, and this is Rose Lima.
Okay, thank you. So you've heard what the city is saying. It looks like what he said was you were here for fine mitigation in the past. The lien was reduced to $25,000. You paid $4,000. Now the city is amenable to a total of $9,000 being owed. You've paid the $4,000, so they're asking for another $5,000. What happened on the last mitigation request?
The last mitigation request, the fee was just too much. She couldn't pay it off. She got laid off from her job. She's also suffered some medical issues. All of that kind of deterred, didn't help her pay the full amount or whatnot because everything that was happening. So now we're requesting, to just, lower the fee to something that was more reasonable for her. She's only collecting Social Security at the moment, so there's no funds, really to pay, what they were asking for last time, which was about $25,000.
And she lives at this house, right? You live there?
Yes.
It looks like your homestead still, right?
Yes.
And there were 15 cases. And then this case is a pretty old case as well. No current code enforcement issues?
No, ma'am.
No recent? Or were the 15 cases, were they all old cases or?
They were stretched out from over the last, I would say, 20 years or so.
Okay.
Unfortunately, during that time, we weren't aware of the processes or whatnot, and that's kind of why a lot of the stuff kind of went by the wayside. We didn't know that you would have to go through these processes to clear, any case, So a lot of them kind of, we probably made an error not cutting the grass or parking on the grass, but we would take care of it, and it seems like the case took care of itself, without us having to come in because we would get into compliance. So that's how those things accumulated over the years like that.
Okay. And this one of the violations was a declared public nuisance, right? So
Yes, ma'am.
a pretty, a couple of these are rather serious. If I give her a year to pay, can she come up with $5,000 to pay over the course of a year?
Yeah, about in prepared She
Put it low for me because I got too much bill.
What are you trying to sell the house?
She right now it's a thought, but not right now because of her medical condition. She's just trying to stabilize her life. She want to clears, the lien.
Because it's her homesteaded property, so the city can't foreclose her house. The lien just sits there. But if you're trying to sell it, that's a different story. That'll hold up
It's
hold
an
up any kind of
option
sale.
that we're looking into. She's just getting better. Like, she couldn't walk. Like, last year, she couldn't even make it to the hearing. So we're currently making progress. She was actually requesting, is it possible that, would the city agree to reduce it to like 3,000 and we could pay it off, sooner, like within 6 months?
What's the city's response?
No objection to that, Magistrate.
All right, so in case, anything further, sir?
No. If there's no objection, nothing.
Yeah, he's not objecting, so I'll reduce it to, in case CE 0602-0179. I guess a question for the city, maybe for the city attorney. Do you need the reduction order to specify the total, or do you need it to just specify the remaining amount to be paid?
Just to be very clear, if we can specify that it's the total.
This amount's been
that it
paid
was-
and this
that
amount
it
is
was-
outstanding.
That they've already paid for an additional 3.
Okay. Okay, thank you. With that, in case CE 0602-0179, I'm going to reduce the previous fine amount from $837,000 to $7,000 payable within 1 year. Let that order reflect that $4,000 of that reduced amount has been paid, so there's an outstanding balance of $3,000 that is due within the year, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Best of luck to you both.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
And that order is going to be mailed. Yes. Thank you. Let me call the next case, and then I'll check quickly. Next case number 57, 1022 Park Circle South, CE 200801110.
Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. The property at 1022 Park Circle South was originally cited August 10th, 2020. They were cited for interior and exterior remodel being done without proper permits, inspections needed. The stop work order was attached, and a fine of 4 times the fee was applied for them when they did eventually get the proper permits. This case went to hearing November 18th, 2020. It was ordered for the fine to start running December 19th, 2020. That fine ran for 712 days at $150 a day for a total of $106,800. This was complied December 1st, 2022. This was done under the previous ownership. The new owner purchased it and subsequently found the fines on it and is now trying to mitigate those. So the city requests a reduction to 15% of that, which would be $16,020.
What was that number, sir? 16, I'm sorry.
16,020.
20? Thank you. All right, your name, sir, for the record?
My name is Michael Castro with Permit Zone.
Oh, hold on 1 second, sir. I think this is for the other one. This is the same lady as before.
Give you the wrong one.
Yeah. I'm sorry, sir, your name?
My name is Michael Castro with Permit Zone.
And you're,
The agent for the
you're the
owner.
agent? Okay, very good,
Yes,
sir.
ma'am.
All right, so you've heard what the city has said. What's your response, and why should the fine be reduced?
The current owner, as the record shows, was not aware of the previous owner's problems with the fines. And so they hired me to come in and get compliance with all the permitting. And I'm here to hopefully, abate the fine if possible. We've submitted a letter to request a release of the lien, but obviously they recommended 16,000, you said, sir?
Yes.
And so I'm just asking the magistrate if she could consider reducing that significantly.
Is your client trying to sell the property?
No, ma'am.
Okay, you're just trying to clean up the liens?
Yeah, he just had a new baby. They have two infants, and they're struggling to.
Did they do a title search? Or did they buy, I don't have the property appraiser thing, but was there a?
we have titles. We did the title search. We did the.
So they bought it knowing there was a lien on it?
There's no lien. I have the title here with me if you need it. And yeah, they have no liens. The only question I had was the open permit, which I emailed them yesterday to ask about the permit number 2304 0209. That still appears to be open, 43% completed. But yes, they're absolutely struggling with a new family. He's a teacher, the gentleman, and wife is a homemaker. So they're struggling with the fact that they're going to have to pay a lot of fines.
Okay. And can you scroll down on that a little bit?
Can we have a moment?
I'm sorry?
Can we have a moment?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead. Just give the city 1 second, sir, and they'll
Yes, ma'am.
let me know when they're ready to proceed.
And if I may add, the previous owner is at fault for this whole thing, and they really kind of just defaulted into it from purchasing
Okay,
it.
hold on 1 second. I think that the city acknowledged that as well, but let me just make sure they're listening to what you're saying. So just give them 1 second, and then you can proceed.
We were just looking based upon what the gentleman was indicating. His clients, the current owners, bought the property in March of 2021. You can't hear me? Oh. His clients, the current owners, bought the property in March of 2021. It appears the lien was recorded in September 2021. So it kind of was the hearing happened before they bought. Then there was supposed to be compliance. Now,
Before you go any further, I think that's the lien for the, that's not the right address, is it?
that's not the right address?
I think that's one of the three from before. That's what I was questioning. If he said he got a title search, but the lien wasn't on there, I would like to see the lien.
Okay, let's see. Let's see.
So Florida Land Trust is who was responsible for this lien in the get-go, but then the new owner was not aware of all these issues when they bought it. So they kind of defaulted into the compliance issues, which they have diligently complied with.
So this lien was recorded January of 2021, so it was there at the time these current owners bought the property in March of 2021.
So the title search and
You may have a claim against title. If it didn't appear on your title search, you may have a claim against the title company.
That's what I'm thinking too.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, I'm amenable to reducing it. I don't have any objection there. My concern for you is that you bought it, you did the right thing by getting a title search. That's the whole reason to get the title search, is to make sure that you are aware of encumbrances on your property. All right, I guess for consistency purposes, do you have anything further, sir?
No, just would appreciate your consideration.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. In case CE 200801110, I'm going to reduce the previous fine amount. I'm going to reduce it from $106,800 to $7,000. That's considerably less than the city was asking, so I'll be in a little hot water there, but I understand, the gravity of the violations I always have to consider, and this ran for a long time, but it ultimately did comply. So I'll reduce the fine from what I said down to $7,000. How much time do you need to pay that?
I'd say at least the maximum that you can afford, because they're struggling.
All right, I'll do 1 year to pay that. Okay, thank you, sir.
I appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am.
Will this be mailed or?
Number 60, 730 Belvedere Road, E CE 19070526.
Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. The property here at 730 Belvedere Road was originally cited on July 30th, 2019. They were cited for exterior paint needed for an unpermitted mural that was painted on the exterior of the premises, trash and debris on the property, windows that needed repairing. They had previously had it boarded up with a boarding certificate that was expired, graffiti on the property, as well as failure to comply. This went to a hearing on September 18th, 2019. It was ordered for the fine to start running as of October 19th, 2019. That ran for 1,165 days at $200 a day for a total of $233,000. This was complied December 27th, 2022. This is the new owner that has filed for the reduction. The previous owner had about 7 cases under their ownership, and service was achieved by way of posting. So the city is requesting reduction 15% of the total fine, which would be $34,950.
$34,950?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All right, your names for the record?
My name is Jack Owen. I'm attorney for the applicant. This is Margaret
Thank you.
Durez, who's the owner of the applicant.
What was her name? I'm sorry?
Margaret Durez.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, sir. You've heard what the city has said with regard to the fines. The city code officers indicated that you bought this problem, I guess. You're not the actual violator. Were you aware of the lien?
She was the owner at the time this happened. So we were selling the property in December, and so we applied at that time. But she complied with the requirements back in 2019 when it was first brought to her attention. She immediately complied with it. Somehow this lien has continued to accrue and without her knowledge, but she immediately complied.
But did she notify the city that she had complied?
As far as I remember, we just addressed everything and we thought it was behind us. The mural was from the previous owner, and we weren't even aware that it wasn't allowed to be there, but as soon as we were made aware, we got the place painted, and then we put up a fence in the back so that people couldn't dump trash behind the building. The window was boarded up because there was some sort of shooting and a bullet went through the window. but we replaced that.
Okay.
I was unaware that there was an ongoing issue.
It's our understanding that we did contact the city, and somehow the city did not put in the fact that it had been in compliance.
Let me ask the city, you said the fine ran for 1,065 days, right?
1,165 days.
1,165 days, so that's, what, over 3 years?
And per the case notes for this particular case, code enforcement was contacted December 27th by the attorney.
December
the owner's
27th of what year?
Of 22.
Okay, of 22.
Which is the same day that the code officer went out
Went
for
out
the
to comply it.
reinspection. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what he's saying is that that was when you requested a compliance inspection, but that wasn't until December 27th of 2022. However, the fine started running in 2019.
What's curious is that the lien for this wasn't filed until after we brought it to the city's attention that we were wanting to get that off. So there's been some kind of breakdown in communication.
Can the city pull up a copy of the lien in this case? And while she's doing that, what's your position as to the fine? Do you have a number in mind in terms of reduction?
I mean, she immediately complied with back in 2019, so she didn't ignore it. She actually did.
But then who called in for the compliance inspection in 2022?
But we did that when we found out about, in fact, it was another issue that came up that we were getting cleared. And at that time, the city had said, well, there's this back one that you haven't addressed. And so at that point, that's when we called in December for whatever needed to be done then to try to get this taken care of.
Okay, so the lien is up on the screen. The recording date makes sense because the city didn't comply until December 27th of 2022, so the lien wouldn't have been recorded until after they found it in compliance. I guess are there any other case notes in there from 2019?
Yes, so October 23rd, 2019, there was an affidavit of noncompliance completed by the code officer. There was subsequently another affidavit of noncompliance that was filled out and submitted April 10th, 2020. According to the code officer who initiated the case, on both dates, the property was still out of compliance and all violations were still present on the property.
Okay. Do you have any evidence here with you today as to when you called code enforcement or when you emailed them requesting a compliance inspection in 2019?
We have no evidence.
No.
Okay.
I wasn't even aware that this was a continuing issue, so.
Did you yourself call code enforcement to request a compliance inspection?
I don't remember whether it was myself or my husband at the time.
Okay.
According to the case notes, it was the attorney at the time, Krista Downey.
But that's in 2022?
That's in 2022, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's the recent compliance inspection.
It's typical. She was selling the property. That's when it came to our attention. She didn't know anything about it until.
You're trying to sell it still?
We've actually sold
it. You've sold it. So you're the land, farm to family, I'm sorry, not McCabe Development.
That's correct.
Okay. And you're responsible for cleaning up the lien, I guess, by contract then?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And this is a commercial property. Were you inhabiting the commercial space or were you renting it?
We were renting it.
Renting it out and other people were in there? Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, the difficulty I have is if you don't have any proof that you called code and code is testifying under oath that there were 2 non-compliance affidavits, I gotta have something here today from you guys telling me or proving to me that you requested a compliance inspection from the city and somehow it didn't happen. I don't have any objection to reducing it. You know, where we need to land is what's a number that works for both sides. You know, my job here is not to take into consideration all the facts, but also to keep in mind that the city's code enforcement system, you know, if all these liens are just wiped away, then what's the purpose of code enforcement? You know, the fact remains that there was a violation on this property for what amounts to over 3 years. So Again, I'm amenable to reducing it. It's just a number. How many code cases were there on this site
7 different code cases.
by the previous owner, by Farm to Family?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. All right, anything further?
Just appreciate any reduction you can give us.
Okay. Anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 19070526, I'm going to reduce the previous fine amount from $233,000 to $15,000. How long do you need to pay? 6 months?
I mean, we can take care of it today, right?
It's up to you.
We can take care of it today, ma'am.
Okay, so I'll give you 90 days just to make sure you have some time, but, all right, so again, that'll be $15,000 payable within 90 days. Best of luck to you.
Here's a copy of your order. Number 61, 3200 Turtle Cove, CE 211100034. And this is the last case. Number 62 is on there in error.
Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. The address at 3200 Turtle Cove was originally cited back in November 2nd of 2021. They were cited for trash and debris from the repair of the roof that needed to be done, rather. This went to a special magistrate hearing January 5th, 2022. It was ordered for the fine to start running May 6th, 2022. It ran for 578 days at $100 a day for a total of $57,800. It is the same owner. This is the only case with code enforcement under their ownership, and service was achieved by way of posting. The city requests a reduction of 25% of the lien for a total of $14,450.
All right, your name for the record?
Liana Soria, I'm the property owner.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. You've heard what the city has said. You were the violator. What's your response? What do you want to tell me?
Yeah, unfortunately, I want to comply, but I have a case open in court with insurance. In April 2020, a hailstorm damaged my roof. I claimed to the insurance, they denied to pay, so I opened a case on June 30, 2021. And I cannot repair the roof or do nothing until they pay me. They finally sent the check on March 8, 2023. And I passed my final inspection on April 28 this year. I wish I can do it better, sooner, but I don't have the money to repair the roof. And my lawyer sent an email to the HOH explaining why I cannot touch the roof, but unfortunately, I didn't send it to the city. I thought it was connected, HOA and the city, and it's not. It's two different cases.
So you weren't at any of the hearings? You weren't at these, okay.
No, I received both notice, the city and the HOH, about the same time.
So the HOA gave you a violation notice too, and then the city gave you theirs,
And
okay.
then I have proof of the email that was sent to the HOA, and I send it to them, and they say, okay, I'm gonna put it on file, and we wait until this case resolved, and in my mind, it was the same case, but it wasn't.
And as part of your litigation, you had an attorney as part of that?
Yes.
Okay, and he advised you not to do anything to the roof until
Until they finish the case.
Okay, does this?
Insurance company, unfortunately, took 3 years to fix my roof.
That is not uncommon, unfortunately. That is, you are not the only one in that predicament. Does the city have any response after hearing that?
No, ma'am. She did notate that on her lien application.
She did denote that on there?
Correct. Yeah, she's been honest with that from the beginning.
Okay. And she only had one case, you said?
Just one case, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Do you have a number in mind?
Even that is not in my fault, I know I have to pay something, but 500 is what I can afford.
All right, that's actually the number I had in mind. So I understand, the fact that this is your first and only code violation, I take that into consideration. I also am required to take the gravity of the violation, even though the condition of the structure, I understand that you were in litigation with your insurance company, so there's really nothing you can do there. So I will, in case CE 211-10034, I'll reduce the lien from $57,800 down to $500. How long do you need to pay that? 60 days, 90 days?
60 days, fine.
60 days, okay. I'll reduce it to $500 payable within 60 days, okay? Best of luck to you.
Thank you so much, and thank you. Thank you. You too. Holidays.
Same to you, thank you. Anything further from the city?
No.
All right, with that, I'll adjourn the hearing at 1:30.